Today, we're diving into true stories of solo hikes that took a chilling turn the moment someone stepped off the main trail. No monsters, no myths, just the raw, unforgiving reality of being alone and making the long call. So take a breath, check your gear, and stay on the trail, because these hikers didn't, and what followed still haunts them. My name is Milo Kerr, and as of the morning this happened, I had logged 93 solo hikes across Wyoming's backcountry without a single incident worth more than a caption under a photo. I'm a creature of habit. Up before dawn, load the pack I keep half ready near my door, drive until pavement becomes gravel, and step into silence long before most people's coffee finishes brewing. On the day everything went sideways, the thermometer in my truck read 11 degrees Fahrenheit when I pulled into the turnout near Shoshone Lake. The sky was that pale, washed-out blue that promises a clear winter day, and the kind of brittle cold where every sound feels sharper than it should. I had originally planned to hike the Lakeshore Spur, a marked trail I'd walked a dozen times. But the air was so clean and still, the light so perfect, that I felt this itch to get something different for my photography page. That itch is a stupid thing, the kind that tricks you into thinking you're competent enough to bend winter to your will. Around the lake's western edge, past a small stand of lodgepole pines, the water had frozen into a wide, glassy sheet as smooth as poured resin. The surface caught the morning sun in long mirrored streaks, the kind that would look unreal on camera. I told myself I'd just step out a few feet. 5 at most. Just enough to get the lens low to the ice and capture those crystalline fissures radiating like lightning trapped mid-flash. I didn't tell anyone I was leaving the trail. I didn't text my location. I didn't even check the ice thickness. I know, dumb beyond dumb. But I grew up skating on farm ponds, and I thought I knew what safe ice felt like under my boots. The surface looked clear, thick, almost blue. So I took a slow step onto it, then another. The cold radiated upward through the soles of my boots, sharp and clean. A little wind brushed my face, the only movement anywhere. I set my pack down carefully, crouched, and angled the camera to catch the sun streaking across the frost patterns. I had just lined up the shot when something tapped the ice beneath me. Not a crack, not a shift, an actual tap. A clean, knuckle-on-glass tap. It came from directly under my left heel, so precise it felt intentional. Instantly I froze, palms flat on the surface, breath locked in my throat. Tap sounds can travel strangely through frozen water, I know that, but this didn't sound diffused or distant. It sounded like someone rapped their knuckles against a window pane from the other side. I stayed still for a full 5 seconds, listening, waiting for the creak or groan of ice settling. Nothing. Just stillness and the faint hiss of my own breath frosting the air. I shifted my weight gently, inching my center of gravity towards solid ground. The moment I moved, the tapping came again. 3 distinct, evenly spaced knocks. This time I felt a tiny vibration through the ice. My heart ticked into my throat so fast it almost hurt. I forced myself to think logically. Ice is loud. Sound travels weird. It could be a fish, though this lake's too cold for many to stay active. Could be a trapped air bubble shifting. Could be the ice flexing. The explanation list was short and not comforting, but still normal. I whispered out loud, "It's nothing," even though I sure didn't believe it. The human brain is mean like that. It knows what's reasonable but still conjures images of people under the ice, faces pressed to the surface, hands reaching out. I couldn't shake the sensation that the knocks weren't random. They were exactly where my weight was. I began to stand very slowly, distributing every ounce of caution I had into each shift of muscle. The ice groaned faintly, not a crack, just the sound of frozen layers adjusting to pressure. But the moment I straightened my knee, something moved under the ice. I saw it. A shadow. Just a quick dart of darkness sliding beneath my boots, long and narrow, deeper than the top layer but definitely moving. My throat tightened. Fish don't make tapping patterns through 12 inches of ice. And nothing that size should be this close to the surface. Instinct took over. I reached down, snatched my pack, and began sliding my steps backward, keeping my weight low, trying not to dig my heels in. The air felt colder, or maybe that was me shaking. The shadow moved again, a fast streak angling toward the spot where I had been crouched. Then it stopped, hovering below the ice like something hovering beneath frosted glass. I was 20 feet from shore. That suddenly felt like a mile. When I reached what I thought was safer ice, a slightly cloudier area near the cattail reeds, I allowed myself one longer step. That was when something hit the underside of the ice with enough force that the vibration traveled straight up my shin. I flinched and almost lost my balance. The sound was sharp, hollow, like a fist punching a drumhead. I did not look down. I didn't want to see if the shadow was following me or circling or waiting. I just kept moving in these stiff, terrified half steps, feeling every tiny change in texture beneath my soles. When I finally reached the shoreline, I stepped onto solid ground so fast I nearly toppled backward. My breath came out in a shaky plume. I didn't hear anything else. No tapping, no knocks, no scraping. But when I glanced back, the ice surface was vibrating. Not cracking, vibrating. A subtle tremor spreading outward in tiny concentric ripples, as if something underneath had struck it once more, lighter this time. I grabbed a fallen branch and tapped the ice experimentally a few feet from shore. The surface stilled immediately, like whatever was beneath it was listening. My spine crawled with the realization that the tapping had responded directly to my presence. Not my footsteps, my position. I backed away 5 more steps, boots crunching through the crusted snow. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to understand what the hell I had just experienced. Every logical explanation felt thinner than the ice I just walked off. But curiosity wasn't going to save my life if the ice was unstable or if something large, a beaver, a submerged log, even a water pocket, shifted again. Then a new sound drifted across the lake. A faint creak. Then another. Like a massive sheet bending under stress. That was enough. I slung my pack and turned toward the trail, deciding that whatever mystery existed beneath that frozen surface, it wasn't worth dying for. But I had only walked 10 steps when I heard a single, sharp tap from behind me. This time not under the ice, on top of it. Light. Crisp. Close. And not made by me. I turned, pulse hammering, but what I saw on the ice wasn't a person, or an animal, or even movement. It was a single, round hole I knew hadn't been there before. A hole the size of a fist. A hole directly where I had been standing. For a moment I just stared at the hole, barely able to process how clean it looked from this distance. It wasn't jagged the way ice normally fractures. It was almost cylindrical, like something had punched, drilled, or forced its way upward in one motion. But that didn't make sense. Ice this thick doesn't just give way like that. Not without spider web cracks radiating out from the point of impact. And even from where I stood, I could tell the ice around that hole was perfectly smooth. My breath had fogged into a single trembling cloud in front of me. The cold didn't feel clean anymore. It felt sharp, predatory somehow, like it was pressing up against my skin instead of just hanging in the air. I forced myself to walk back toward the shore instead of running. Panic makes you stupid. If I slipped on snow or tripped over a buried rock, I'd be even worse off. My boots crunched loudly, too loud in the quiet. Winter silence always carries far, but now it felt like every sound I made was announcing my location to something I couldn't see. The hole wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the small wood line trailing from it. Something had come up through that hole, even momentarily, and water from the lake had seeped outward, creating a dark stain against the frosted surface. That meant the ice was thinner right there. Or compromised. Or something had shifted beneath it. My adrenaline kept cycling between get the hell out and figure out what the hell just happened. The two impulses wrestled hard in my chest. My legs chose the wiser one. I moved. Not fast enough to attract more cracks or vibrations, but quickly enough that the trees ahead felt like a promise of safety. The moment my boots reached the thicker drifts near the tree line, I heard another sound. A muffled splash. Not loud. Not violent. Just a disturbance. Something entering water, or something heavy shifting below the surface. The sound traveled up through the ice like a low thud, then faded into stillness. I didn't look back this time. I couldn't. Whatever curiosity I had was now tangled with fear. My breath was tight and shallow as I reached the trail, brushing past the first line of snow-dusted pines. The terrain here was slightly sloped, leading back toward the marked path. I stepped carefully, fighting the urge to sprint. A few minutes later, the trees muffled the lake behind me. The silence of the forest felt different, warmer, maybe because the pines blocked the wind. I paused to catch my breath, gripping one of the trees to steady myself. My gloves squeaked against the frozen bark. Okay. Think. Ice doesn't tap back. Shadows don't move unless something is beneath them. All that precise could have been thermal stress, though that didn't explain the sound. I replayed the tapping in my mind. The location-specific rhythm of it. 3 taps, evenly spaced. Something had been under the ice. Something large enough to cast that fast, narrow shadow. But it didn't have to be unnatural. I knew that. There were explanations. Fish can school close to the underside of ice. Beavers sometimes push debris up. Muskrats chew breathing holes. Otters can break upward if the ice thins near the shoreline. All real, all plausible. Except none of those animals are built to make clean, fist-sized holes from beneath without leaving cracks. A branch snapped somewhere deeper in the trees. I jerked my head in that direction, instantly on edge. Probably just snow sloughing off. But today, everything sounded loaded with intent. I hated how jumpy I'd become. Winter wilderness always feels empty, but it usually comforts me, not unnerves me. I tugged my pack strap higher on my shoulder and pushed forward. The main trail was only half a mile from where I'd emerged. Once I hit it, I could follow it back to my truck in 20 minutes. The forest was still, almost eerily so. No birds. No squirrels. Nothing. Just the faint hush of wind threading through pine needles. That silence made what happened next stand out clearly. Behind me, in the distance, came a faint cracking noise, soft but unmistakable. Ice shifting under weight. Then another crack. Longer this time. Not breaking. More like flexing. I swallowed hard. The lake was far enough that I shouldn't have been able to hear that. Either it was louder than it sounded, or something heavier had moved across it. I kept walking but turned slightly, listening. Another crack. A slower one. Then a muffled thud. My scalp prickled. Even with a strictly realistic explanation, the sound of something big moving across ice will always hit you right in the survival instinct. I picked up my pace. The incline steepened slightly. My breath came out in short bursts. Snow crunched loudly beneath me, and for a moment I prayed the noise would drown out whatever was happening behind me. I didn't want to hear it anymore. I didn't want confirmation that something was following. When I reached a small ridge where the trail curved, I finally froze in place, not because of anything behind me, but because of fresh tracks. Human tracks. A single set. They cut across the trail from the left, angled sharply downhill, then headed toward the lake. The snow was powdery and new, so the prints were crisp. Detailed. I could see the tread pattern perfectly. Someone had walked toward the lake recently. Very recently. The weirdest part? The stride length was deep and uneven, like whoever made them was either moving fast or carrying weight. Or both. My mouth went dry. The thing under the ice. The shadow. The tapping. The hole. Someone else had been out here. I knelt to look closer, using the tip of my glove to brush aside loose snow. The imprint was sharp-edged, no melt, no rounding. Minutes old, maybe. Then something cold slid into my gut. The direction of the tracks. They went toward the lake, but there were no tracks returning. The forest around me felt suddenly smaller. Boxed in. Like the trees were listening. My pulse hammered so loudly I could feel it in my ears. I followed the trail of prints with my eyes until the slope dipped too steeply to see. They vanished into the tree-line below. Before I could stop myself, I whispered, "Did someone fall through?" The idea punched through my fear with a harsh stab of responsibility. Strict realism means bad things happen out here all the time. People misjudge ice thickness and disappear under it more often than most hikers realize. The tapping could have been someone trying to get my attention. Someone trapped. Someone trying to signal me. My chest tightened painfully. If there was even a small chance of that, I couldn't ignore it. I took one step toward the downhill slope. Then I heard a sound behind me that made every muscle in my body lock. A deep, dragging crunch. Snow shifting under weight. I wasn't imagining it. Something was coming up the trail behind me. And whatever it was, it moved slow. Deliberate. Heavy. I didn't turn around immediately. Every instinct in me screamed to look, but another part, the part that had read too many backcountry accident reports, kept me frozen. Large animals can be triggered by sudden movement. So can people. Especially if they're hurt or disoriented. The heavy, dragging crunch of snow behind me came again, closer this time. Slow. Uneven. Not the crisp, rhythmic rhythm of boots. Not the light scrape of an animal either. It sounded like something was being pulled. Or like someone was limping with a badly injured leg. My breath shook in my chest. I forced my voice to stay steady, even though it felt like trying to talk while drowning. "Hello?" I called out softly. "Are you okay?" The forest swallowed the words instantly. No echo. No answer. Just that same dragging step, then a pause. Then another. I turned my head just enough to glance over my shoulder without making it obvious. A figure emerged between the trees. Human. Definitely human. Broad shoulders, dark jacket, maybe a hood pulled up. Their posture was off, one arm hung too low, almost swinging loosely. The other arm was angled out, braced against a tree trunk as they leaned heavily on it. Their legs moved in that dragging pattern, not shuffling like someone freezing or exhausted, but pulling weight across uneven ground. My stomach dropped. This was the person who made those tracks. And something was very wrong with them. "Hey," I said, louder now. "Do you need help?" Still no answer. They lifted their heads slightly, but I couldn't see their face through the shadows. Snowflakes drifted off the hood like dust shaken from an attic beam. The person took another dragging step, fingers tightening around the tree trunk as if testing whether they could move without falling. Every instinct pulled me in two directions: help them or get the hell away. I chose the middle: stay cautious, stay ready. I have a phone, I said, technically true, though there was no service out here. I can call for help once we get to higher ground. A soft grunt drifted out, human, but strained. They took one more dragging step, and the angle of their torso shifted just enough for me to see their left side. Their jacket was torn open from midrib to hip. Not slashed. Torn ragged, uneven, frozen stiff with a sheen of ice, like something in the fabric had frozen solid. But the worst part wasn't the tear. It was the damp, frozen patch around it. Dark. Spreading. And unmistakably blood. My pulse slammed against my throat. They'd been injured badly. Recently. Maybe minutes before I reached the lake shore. Did you fall through the ice? I asked quickly. Is that what happened? The figure didn't respond, not with words, anyway. They lifted their heads slightly, and that was when I finally saw their face clearly. Their skin was gray with cold, lips pale, eyes unfocused, like they were struggling to stay conscious. It hit me in one brutal instant: hypothermia. Advanced. Maybe severe. People in that stage aren't logical. They can be confused, combative, silent, or barely responsive. They make terrible decisions, like trying to walk uphill with a wound and no gear. This person wasn't a threat. They were dying. I raised both hands a little, showing I meant no harm. Okay. I'm going to come toward you, all right? We need to get you warm. Can you sit? Can you hear me? Their eyes flicked to me, not fully, but enough. A tiny motion of the head, maybe a nod. Or maybe just the tilt of someone struggling to stay upright. I took a slow step toward them. They suddenly lurched forward, not aggressively, but like their legs buckled. I rushed the remaining distance, catching their arm before they tipped face first into the snow. Their body was shockingly cold, like grabbing a bag of ice wrapped in fabric. I've got you, I said through breath that fogged between us. Follow me. Lean on me. We're getting out of here. Their weight sagged onto me heavily, but I stabilized us both, looping their arm over my shoulders. Their breath came in shallow clicks, more air than sound. Not tapping, breathing. Shallow. Ragged. I realized with a hard jolt that the tapping under the ice might not have been knuckles. It could have been their foot. Or their fist. Or something scraping as they tried to break through from beneath after falling in a weak spot. Did you go through? I asked again, voice tight. Did the ice give out? Their head slumped onto my shoulder. No answer. But I felt a faint shiver run through their frame. I started guiding them uphill, one slow step at a time. Their boots dragged through the snow, making long streaks behind us like lines drawn by a dull knife. The weight of them, the cold, the smell of lake water and blood, it all forced me into a single focused tunnel of survival. Just get them up the slope. Just reach the main trail. Just get them out of the trees. For a few minutes, that was all I thought about. Each breath burned with cold. Sweat chilled under my jacket. Their body leaned heavier with every step, and I had to adjust constantly to keep us both upright. Then, as we reached the top of a small rise, the snow beneath us trembled slightly, more a vibration than a sound. My heart stuttered, but I knew that feeling. It wasn't the lake. It was the distant groan of ice expanding as temperature shifted. Common in deep winter. Loud, resonant, unnerving, but normal. Everything that happened today had a real explanation, but it didn't make it less terrifying. The injured hiker's knees buckled again, and this time they fell to the side, slipping from my grip and dropping onto the snow with a soft thud. I knelt beside them, lifting their head gently. "Hey," I said urgently. "Stay with me. Don't close your eyes. Come on. What's your name?" Their lips parted, and a faint noise escaped. Not a word, just air. Their eyelashes fluttered. "Don't fall asleep," I pleaded. "You have to stay awake. We're close. I promise." I pulled off my gloves and pressed my fingers against their neck. Weak pulse. Rapid. Not good. I pulled out my emergency bivy sack, a bright orange reflective pouch, and wrapped it around them as tightly as I could. My hands shook. Not from cold. From fear. I needed to move fast. I fished out my PLB from my coat pocket, a personal locator beacon I'd carried for years but never used. My thumb hovered only half a second before I flipped the protective cover and slammed the activation button. A small LED blinked, steady and reassuring. At least help would come. Eventually. I knelt beside the injured hiker, keeping a hand on their chest to feel the rise and fall. Their breathing was faint, but present. Minutes passed. Maybe 20. The sun slid lower, shadows stretching like long fingers between the trees. My legs went numb from kneeling. Every sound in the forest made me flinch. Then finally, the distant thrum of a snowmobile engine reached me. Relief flooded me so fast my vision blurred. When the ranger finally arrived, he took one look at the hiker and his expression sharpened, professional and grim. He loaded them onto the sled, wrapped them in blankets, and looked at me. "You're lucky you found them," he said. "Another hour out here, they wouldn't have made it." I looked back toward the direction of the lake, its frozen expanse hidden behind the ridges and trees. "I didn't find them," I said quietly. "They found me." The ranger didn't ask what that meant. He just nodded, revved the engine, and signaled for me to hold on as we sped towards safety, leaving the frozen silence of the lake and everything under it behind us. My name is Tessa Lorne, and on the day everything happened, I was halfway through a 3-day loop in the San Bernardino National Forest, hiking solo the way I usually do when I need to clear my head. I'm mentioning this only because I need you to understand that I wasn't inexperienced, reckless, or unfamiliar with the rules that keep people alive out there. I knew exactly what the bright plastic ribbon meant when I saw it stretched across the narrow connector path cutting toward an old burned scar. It meant stay out. It meant unstable terrain, falling snags, unpredictable wind shifts, and soil that hadn't finished knitting itself back together since the wildfire 2 years ago. It meant that anyone stepping past it was officially on their own. And I stepped past it anyway. It wasn't arrogance or carelessness. It was time. I'd misjudged how long the ridge section would take, and clouds were building in that stacked, brooding way that promised afternoon thunderstorms. Cutting through the burn zone shaved off nearly 3 miles, and 3 miles in that terrain could mean the difference between reaching Camp Dry or scrambling around in mud while lightning cracked overhead. I told myself I'd move quickly. I told myself the area had been closed for 2 years, the worst of it had to be over by now. Mostly, I told myself that the forecast had looked fine in the morning, and I refused to get caught in the kind of storm that made headlines. So I ducked under the ribbon, felt its tension brush across my shoulders, and stepped into the black and quiet. Burn zones always have a strange mood to them. You can prepare for it, see pictures online, watch videos, read hiker warnings. Nothing really captures the way the air changes. Even years later, everything still smells faintly of charcoal, and the ground has this ashy softness that feels wrong under your boots, almost like stepping on powdered bones. Every tree is a barkless column of soot-stained wood, dead but still standing. They don't sway in the wind so much as creak and slow, brittle spasms. That day, though, the stillness was absolute. No wind. No birds. No insects. The air felt held in place. About 20 yards in, I noticed the first sound, a faint scrape, soft as fingertips dragged across cardboard. It wasn't constant, more like a short whisper of friction, then silence. I scanned for loose bark sloughing off a trunk, but there wasn't any bark left to fall. The trees had been scorched down to smooth charcoal poles, stiff and skeletal. I kept walking, boots sinking half a centimeter into the dusty soil. The sun was out, glaring off the pale ash in a way that made the ground look bleached, almost sterile. My pack straps clicked faintly as I adjusted them. I told myself the noise had probably been a woodpecker somewhere far off. Wishful, considering I hadn't heard a single natural sound since entering the burn. The trail wasn't really a trail anymore, more like a vague depression weaving between black trunks. Hard to follow, but clear enough if you paid attention to the slight compaction in the dirt where other people had walked before the closure. 10 minutes in, the scraping sound came again. Longer this time, 3 or 4 seconds, and unmistakably close. Not falling bark. Not rocks. Not an animal I could name. I stopped. The sound stopped too. I listened so hard my ears rang. Nothing. The world felt like someone had turned down its volume settings. Even my breathing sounded too loud, too out of place, like it didn't belong in the environment around me. I tried to shake it off. Burn areas are full of weird acoustic tricks. Hollow trunks act like echo chambers. Wind tunnels through fallen snags, and temperature shifts make the air carry sound in unpredictable ways. That's what I told myself. Just physics doing physics things. But as I started walking again, the whispering scrape returned, this time off to my right, pacing me for a few steps before fading into the stillness. I turned my head quickly, instinctively expecting to see someone else hiking behind me. There was no one. Just black poles of dead trees, each standing too straight, too motionless, like the whole place was holding its breath. I adjusted my pace, quicker now. Not panicked, just irritated. That's the truth. I hate when my nerves get the better of me on trails I should be confident in. I don't like feeling played by my own imagination. A ridge of scorched soil slanted upward ahead of me, the remnants of a root system jutting out like ribs in a carcass. I stepped over it carefully, testing each foothold. The ground was fragile and gave slightly under my boot, but held. On the other side, the land sloped gently downward, revealing a more open clearing where the fire had burned hottest. That's when I heard the whispering clearly. Not a scrape this time. A sound with shape to it. A sound like air being pushed through hollow spaces in short, uneven bursts. Almost rhythmic. Almost deliberate. And it was coming from the trees. Not one tree, all of them. It wasn't speech. Nothing supernatural. It sounded exactly like what it would sound like if wind moved through 100 dead trunks at once. Except there was no wind. My hair didn't stir. The straps on my pack didn't flutter. The ash at my feet didn't shift. The whispering rose and fell like a warning exhale from every burned tree around me. I froze in the middle of the clearing. My throat tightened, but not from fear, from the sudden sense that something in the environment had changed. Atmospheric pressure shifting. The kind you feel before weather rolls in. A minute later, the sky dimmed in a fast, premature way that told me clouds had thickened overhead. I glanced up. Sure enough, the blue was gone, replaced by a gray shelf of storm buildup stretching horizon to horizon. Lightning storms move fast over burned scars. They're notorious for it. No canopy to shield wind patterns, no vegetation to buffer air currents. I realized suddenly, stupidly, dangerously, that the whispering might not have been sound at all. It might have been the first signs of wind twisting through the hollow trees ahead of the storm. I needed to move. I tightened my chest strap and pushed forward, following the faint downward slope toward where the connector trail should rejoin the main loop's eastern edge. My boots kicked up little puffs of ash behind me. Every few steps, the whispering swelled again, now definitely wind, but unpredictable, moving in abrupt pockets instead of sweeping continuously. A faint metallic rattling joined it. I didn't recognize that sound. It wasn't natural. Not out there. I scanned the clearing and spotted the source, a burned tree whose upper half had fallen, leaving a long length of wire fencing twisted around its trunk. Someone must have used it as a boundary marker years before the fire. Now the wire shuddered in the changing air, tapping lightly against the dead wood in irregular beats. That should have reassured me. It didn't, because the way the wire tapped didn't match the wind patterns I felt on my skin. It tapped when the air was still. It tapped when everything around me was silent. And then it stopped. Completely. And so did everything else. The entire burn zone went still in an instant. No whispering, no tapping, no shifting ash, nothing. Dead quiet. Then a single, heavy crack echoed behind me. The unmistakable sound of a snag about to fall. I didn't breathe. The sound was close. Too close. And I realized with sudden, cold clarity that I might have just stepped into the one place in the forest where the wrong tree could kill me faster than any storm. The crack didn't repeat. That was almost worse. A falling snag usually gives you more than one warning: groaning, shifting, the kind of deep wooden complaint you can feel in your teeth. This one had given a single report, sharp and clean, like a dry bone snapping. I stood completely still, eyes locked on the line of trees behind me. Nothing moved. Not a trunk, not a branch, not even the thin spool of fencing twisted around the one nearest me. The air held its breath again, thick and weighty. I slowly eased my pack off my shoulders, letting it slide to the ash with as little noise as possible. The last thing you want is something making you flinch right as a 40-foot column of charred wood decides to topple. When my breathing settled, I crouched not fully, just enough to lower my center of gravity and shift my focus upward. Blackened snags towered over me, their tops jagged and uneven, some scorched to points, others split where heat had gutted them. A few leaned at angles that made my stomach tighten. The crack had come from somewhere ahead when I'd been facing the clearing. Now it was behind me. Or maybe it was always behind me and my brain had played its usual tricks with echoes. Burn zones are notoriously bad for directional hearing. Still, the silence that followed felt unnatural. Tense. Like the forest was waiting for me to do something. I grabbed my pack and slowly straightened. No more hesitation, I needed to get out of that clearing. The connector trail would rejoin the main path in under a mile if I stayed on course. Once I hit live forest again, everything would feel normal. I kept my steps deliberate and quiet. The ash muffled the sound, each footfall sinking slightly before lifting again. My boots came away with smudges of gray like soot brushed against carbon paper. For 30 seconds, nothing happened. Then the whispering started again. Not wind. Not physics. Not anything I could rationalize away. It came from my right, too close this time, like someone dragging fingertips along the surface of a hollow trunk as they paced beside me. I forced myself to keep walking, fixing my gaze on the ground just ahead, refusing to look. But the whispering didn't stay on one side. It moved. It shifted behind me. Then ahead. Then off to my left, threading between snags with a fluidity no wind could imitate. And every time I turned my head to pinpoint it, the sound cut out instantly, like it didn't want to be caught. By the time I cleared the far end of the burned scar and stepped between the first pair of living pines, my hands were shaking. I didn't realize how tight my jaw had been clenched until the muscles at the hinge of my skull ached. The change in atmosphere was immediate. Live forest carries sound differently, softer, warmer, full of ambient noise. A jay chattered in the canopy somewhere above me. A squirrel rustled through ground litter. The regular world came back online around me, and for the first time since entering the burn, my brain felt tethered to reality again. But when I paused and looked back, the burn stood like a shadow behind me. A perfect boundary, blackened trunks on one side, healthy green on the other. I could have sworn the air within the scarred area shimmered slightly, like heat rising off pavement, even though the temperature hadn't risen. I didn't want to stand there long. I turned forward and froze. Down the slope, about 40 yards ahead, was a person. They were standing in the middle of the connector trail, perfectly still. No pack. No gear. Their clothes were dark, but I couldn't make out details at that distance. They weren't waving for help, weren't walking, weren't doing anything at all. Just standing there, watching. My stomach dropped. Human-shaped silhouettes in the woods can be normal, a ranger doing checks, another hiker taking a break, even someone off-trail doing something stupid. But nothing about this looked normal. Their posture was wrong. Too upright, too still. Shoulders squared. Head tilted slightly downward, as if looking at the dirt instead of at me. I raised a hand instinctively in greeting. They didn't move. I called out, voice catching slightly. "Hey there. You okay?" Silence. No shift in weight. No turn of the head. No acknowledgement at all. I took a tentative step forward. "Do you need help?" That's when I realized something else. There were no footprints between us. None. The ash clinging to the soles of my boots left chalk-like marks on the trail with every step. Anyone coming from the direction they were standing would have left a clear path of prints. But the ground ahead of me was smooth, undisturbed, like no one had walked there in days. My breath tightened. Logic fought to assemble explanations. Maybe they stepped off into the duff and came back. Maybe the person had been standing there a long time. Maybe I just wasn't seeing the prints from this angle. But the silence around them made the back of my neck prickle. Then a gust of wind hit my left side, cold, sharp, sudden. It carried the smell of charred wood. I spun around on instinct. The burn zone behind me was active again, not visibly, not physically, but audibly. A soft chorus of whispering rose from the snags, overlapping, merging, rising in a strange, uneven swell. The person down the trail moved for the first time. Not toward me. Not away. They turned their head. Slowly. Deliberately. Enough for me to see they weren't looking at the ground. They were looking past me. At the burned scar. And whatever expression they had, neutral, fearful, vacant, I couldn't fully make out. But I saw one thing with absolute clarity. They mouthed a word. Run. I didn't think. I didn't check behind me. I didn't try to rationalize any of it. My body reacted before my mind did, legs kicking into motion, boots slamming into the dirt as I tore down the trail past the stranger. They didn't move. Not an inch. As I passed, something caught my eye, a detail I only half processed, something that didn't make sense until later. Their clothing was old. Not vintage old, just worn. Sun-bleached. Stiff with age. The kind of fading that doesn't happen to fabric in a single season. I didn't look back. The whispering behind me grew louder, carried through the trees like the tail end of a storm blowing through hollow spaces. Every instinct screamed at me to keep running. My pack bounced on my shoulders. Branches whipped past, and the trail sloped downward in a tight switchback I barely slowed for. My lungs burned. My legs shook. But I didn't stop. Not when the whispering rose again. Not when another crack echoed behind me. Not when the air shifted in a way that made the forest feel like it was leaning inward. I didn't stop until I reached a place where the trail widened and the trees opened enough for sunlight to touch the ground. Only then did I dare turn around. The trail behind me was empty. Silent. Normal. No burned trees. No whispering. No stranger in dark clothing. But the faint scent of ash still clung to the air like something had followed me farther than it should have. I stood in that patch of sunlight longer than I should have, catching my breath while my brain clawed its way back towards something like rational thought. The forest around me looked normal, different tree species, different soil tone, thicker ground cover, but the memory of that stranger mouthing line kept replaying so vividly it made my skin crawl. I forced myself to move again, slow at first, then steadily faster. The trail wound through a healthy stretch of mixed pine and cedar, the soundscape returning to what any woods should be in mid-afternoon: birdsong, insect buzz, wind threading through live branches. Every sensory detail told me I had left a burned scar far behind. But the smell of ash still followed me. Not strong, not smoke-like, but faint and persistent, as though tiny flecks of burnt carbon had attached themselves to my pack or boots and were being carried along with me like a warning I couldn't wash off. I tried brushing my pant legs, checking the treads of my boots, even sniffing the straps of my pack. The scent wasn't coming from me. It was coming from somewhere up ahead. That realization didn't make sense. Burned scars don't migrate. And this section of forest was alive, lush understory, unblemished trunks, soil rich with decades of fallen needles. There hadn't been a fire here in a long time. But the scent remained. My pace slowed without meaning to. The trail angled east, then southeast, descending into a narrow saddle between two ridges. The light dimmed only slightly. Nothing looked burned. Nothing looked wrong. Still, that whispering sound, the one I heard in the burn zone, flickered faintly at the edge of my hearing. I froze mid-step. No. No way. There was no physical mechanism here for that sound to repeat. No hollow snags. No scorched cavities. Just live trees and healthy wood. The sound faded, then returned soft, almost not a whisper but a brush of air shifting where no breeze crossed my skin. I swallowed hard. Fear made everything feel too loud inside my own head. "Okay," I muttered under my breath, voice low and shaky. "You're tired, you're spooked, your brain's filling in gaps. Keep moving." Except the sound faded again, not because my mind calmed, but because it was replaced by something else. Footsteps. Not mine. Not behind me. Ahead. Flat, deliberate, weight-shifting footsteps on packed dirt. I immediately stepped off the trail, ducking behind a thick cedar trunk. My heart hammered so loudly I felt it pulse in my teeth. I listened. 1, 2, 3 steps, none hurried, none hesitant. Whoever was walking wasn't trying to sneak. But they also weren't talking, weren't humming, weren't the kind of hiker who announces themselves with trekking poles or gear clatter. I waited until they sounded within maybe 20 feet. Then I leaned just enough to see around the cedar. It was the stranger from the connector trail. Same dark, sun-faded clothing. Same stiff posture. Same unnatural stillness, even while walking. They weren't hiking, they were moving like someone retracing memorized steps without any awareness of the terrain. They passed directly in front of my hiding spot. Not once did they look to the side. Not once did they breathe, at least not loud enough for me to hear. I pressed my back into the bark, holding every molecule of air in my lungs until the footsteps faded farther down the trail. 10 seconds. 20. 30. I finally exhaled, shaking harder now than before. I didn't know how they had gotten ahead of me. There was no branching trail they could have taken. Even if they'd sprinted the moment I'd run past, they hadn't. They had stayed still, unmoving, even as I fled. So how had they? A crack behind me interrupted the thought. Not a tree falling this time. Just a twig snapping. Close. Too close. I forced myself not to react. Not yet. I listened. The air behind me felt heavy, expectant, but no more sounds came. I turned slowly. Nothing was there. Not behind the cedar, not deeper into the trees. Just forest. Normal forest. My nerves were shredded at this point. I couldn't tell what was real and what was my adrenaline inventing new shapes. But the fear was real. The danger felt real. I stepped back onto the trail, forcing myself to keep moving. If I could just reach the main loop, I'd find other hikers, or at least a trail marker with mileage. Anything that tied me to known geography would be grounding. The next half mile was torture. Every breeze sounded like whispering. Every pine needle crunch sounded like footsteps. Shadows moved in ways that weren't wrong, exactly, but wrong enough to make my head snap toward them. Finally, the trail widened ahead. A wooden post stood maybe 40 yards away, right where the connector rejoined the main loop. Relief flooded me so completely I almost laughed. Then I saw the sign, and my throat closed. The sign shouldn't have said what it said. In dark brown paint, weathered but readable. Burn zone, do not enter, active fall hazard. It pointed toward the trail I'd just come from, not the one I'd entered through earlier in the day. This sign was facing the opposite direction. My legs wobbled. Sweat stung my eyes. This wasn't possible. There was no second burn scar. No duplicate connector. No alternate route. I had left the only burn zone miles behind. And yet, the air here smelled faintly of burnt carbon. The whispering rose again. Behind me. Fainter than before, but unmistakable. I stepped back instinctively. My heel brushed something soft. Fabric. I spun around. The stranger stood right behind me. Not an arm's length away. Not 5 feet. Inches. Up close, the details were sharper. Sun-faded jacket, dust-caked pants, boots that looked a decade old. Dirt clung to their eyelashes like soot. Their expression was empty. Hollow. But they were breathing. Barely. A shallow, stuttering inhale. Then, in the quietest voice imaginable, they rasped. "Don't go back in." The whispering in the forest surged, like the wind through 100 hollow trunks, even though no burned trees existed on this section of trail. The person flinched hard, as if the sound physically hit them. Their eyes darted to the woods, widening with an animal panic. Then they said one more thing, voice cracking, terrified. "I didn't leave when I should have." That sentence hit me with a cold clarity so sharp it felt like a blade. This person wasn't warning me about some supernatural threat. They were warning me about the burn zone itself, its instability, its shifting ground, its unpredictable acoustics, its collapsing snags. They were telling me they'd gotten trapped, disoriented, lost, and now they were still trying to get out. I stepped back, pulse thundering. "Do you need help?" "I can call for her." go. Their voice cracked again. Please. The whispering behind us swelled into a low groan, the kind burnt trees make before they fall, but there were no burnt trees around us. I didn't wait to understand it. I ran. Not a panicked sprint this time, just long, urgent strides, enough to put distance between me and the place where that whispering didn't belong. I didn't look back, didn't slow, didn't breathe right until the forest opened into a wide, familiar meadow with the first real sign of human activity I'd seen all day, a trio of backpackers filtering water at the stream. The moment I stepped into the clearing, the smell of ash vanished. The whispering stopped. Everything snapped back to normal like a switch had been flipped. I didn't tell the backpackers what happened. I didn't tell anyone at the trailhead either. Strictly speaking, nothing supernatural had happened. Everything could be explained: disorientation, acoustics, weather shifts, a dehydrated or mentally unstable hiker wandering off trail. Strictly speaking. But that night, when I washed my gear, a thin line of soot ran along the edge of my pack strap in a perfect fingerprint shape. Not mine. Not from the burn zone. Not from anything I could explain. And there's one thing I cannot shake. That stranger looked at me the way someone looks at the living from the wrong side of something they can't leave. The burn zone didn't trap me, but I think it trapped them. And I think it still is. My name is Bo Sanderson, and this account contains approximately 1,000 words documenting the events that unfolded during a single day in the eastern Nevada backcountry. I drove up before sunrise, chasing that quiet mood that hits only when the desert hasn't heated up yet. The air still felt cold enough to sting my nose, and the sky had that deep cobalt band right before first light. I'd parked at a familiar pull-off I'd used countless times before, an unremarkable gravel turnout on a service road leading toward the foothills. The plan was simple: stretch my legs on the main trail, get some elevation, and be back at the truck before noon. I wasn't looking for anything unusual. I wasn't chasing a mystery. I just wanted the silence. The trail I started on is a well-known one, straightforward, dusty, narrow, and I'd walked it enough times that it felt like muscle memory. The world grew brighter minute by minute, the sun creeping up behind the ridge, and the desert slowly took shape around me. Sagebrush, mule's ear, rabbit brush, scattered pinions climbing the slopes. Nothing ominous, nothing out of place. But maybe that's how these days always start. I'd been hiking for about an hour when I noticed the switchback. You have to understand, I know that stretch of trail. Every turn, every little game path, every patch of loose shale. That place is like a second home. But on the ascent toward a sandstone outcrop, right where the trail curves left around the base, there was a narrow cut I had never seen before. Fresh dirt, recently disturbed. Boot prints, at least a dozen, crisp and sharp, heading upward. The kind of track that hasn't had time to be swept by wind. The weird part? That entire hillside had been closed off on official maps for 2 years. A flood had wiped out the upper section, and the Forest Service had removed the old switchback from everything: online maps, printed guides, even the little elevation brochures. They physically blocked the old access points last time I checked. But here it was again, cut cleanly into the slope. A path that shouldn't exist. I stood there for a moment, breathing hard from the climb, staring at the tidy zig of the new switchback cutting upward between the stones. I wasn't spooked, not yet, but I wasn't casual about it either. I'm not one of those people who wanders blind into weird situations on purpose. You learn to be cautious out here, or you end up with your face on a missing person poster. But it looked recently used. Too recently. My brain made the decision before my caution did. I stepped onto it. It rose in a tight angle, just wide enough for one person, their shoulder brushing against pinyon branches. The incline was steeper than the official trail, sharper, like someone had carved the switchback quickly, maybe with hand tools, maybe just by repeated foot traffic. I kept climbing, switching left, then right, then left again, working my way up the slope. With each turn the world opened a bit more, revealing the valley floor behind me. And it was around the third switch that I realized something strange. Every time I lifted a boot, I felt a faint vibration through the sole. The tiniest buzz. Not sound. Not movement. More like pressure. Like weight momentarily matched mine. I shook my foot midair once, thinking maybe my heel pad had folded weird or grit had gotten wedged in the tread. But the sensation came again on the next step. A soft echo of weight. A second presence syncing with the motion of my own stride, just half a beat delayed. I kept walking. Maybe I shouldn't have. The higher I climbed, the more I noticed that the hillside around me looked reorganized. Plants that were usually chaotic and wild appeared almost parted, like something had brushed through. Gravel on the ground seemed raked into subtle lines. Even the switchback turns themselves felt a little too mathematically clean. But what bothered me more was the sensation syncing with my steps. It wasn't in my imagination anymore. Every time I put weight down, there was that soft answering pressure, almost like someone was stepping down inside the same footprint seconds after I made it. Not behind me. Not ahead. Inside. Like my footsteps weren't just mine. I knelt down once to check the ground. My boot print was clear and crisp and the soft dirt lugs deep, heel sharp. Nothing else on top of it. No overlay. No partial indentation. No ghost print. But the feeling stayed. I stood up again slowly, dusting my hands on my pants, telling myself I was being stupid. A weird nerve thing. A phantom sensation. Maybe even dehydration starting early in the dry morning air. Anything but the creeping idea forming in the back of my skull. I kept climbing. The switchback corkscrewed higher, and the trail felt increasingly out of place. There were signs of fresh cuts, hand-sawed branches, trimmed sage, stones moved aside. Someone had rebuilt this with real effort. But who builds an entire forbidden switchback and doesn't leave a single piece of plastic wrap, or tool mark, or beer can, or scrap of junk behind? By the time I reached the sixth turn, the pressure in my footfalls wasn't subtle anymore. It wasn't faint. It was distinct, like a second weight dropping just after mine, a shadow rhythm keeping pace, living inside the roll of each step. I froze mid-stride. The desert was silent. Not quiet, silent. The kind of silence where you can hear your heartbeat in your ears. No wind. No birds. No insects. The air felt like it was holding itself perfectly still. I lifted my boot. Nothing. I lowered it. And felt it again, like someone was crouched beneath me, mirroring the exact pressure of my foot, matching it perfectly, like they were walking inside the hollow echo of my own movement. That was the first moment something like fear slid into my stomach. I wanted to call out. Ask if anyone was up there. Ask if this was some kind of joke, a ranger training project, a reconstruction effort I hadn't heard about. But the silence was too complete. The idea of breaking it felt wrong, like speaking would send something skittering loose. So I kept going. Not bravely. Just uncertain, committed, halfway up and halfway down, with no good reason to turn back and no good reason to go forward, but moving anyway. The switchback curled toward a ridge I didn't remember. A ridge that shouldn't have been accessible from this angle. The sunlight was fully up now, brighter, hotter, casting hard-shadowed edges across the slope. And the feeling inside my footsteps grew heavier. Not faster. Not closer. Heavier. as if whatever was sinking with me was becoming more solid, more real, more present. I swallowed, wiped sweat from my eyebrows, and climbed the last turn toward the top. The moment my boot crossed the ridge, everything changed. Crossing the ridge felt like stepping into a different temperature. The air on the other side wasn't hotter or colder, it was just denser, heavier in my lungs. I paused at the crest, breathing slow, waiting for that strange pressure in my steps to settle or fade or make sense somehow. It didn't. It pulsed once through the sole of my boot, like someone shifting their weight beneath me, then went still again. Beyond the ridge, the land dropped sharply into a shallow, bowl-shaped basin. I should have recognized the geography. I'd been in these hills enough times to picture them from above, but the layout below me didn't match anything in my memory. It wasn't wrong, exactly, just rearranged, like someone had rotated pieces of a puzzle and expected no one to notice. A faint path cut through the basin floor, leading between stands of juniper and low sandstone shelves. Nothing dramatic. Nothing obviously unnatural. But from my vantage point, the dirt looked two smooth, long lines of fresh disturbance where someone had walked recently. Not days earlier. Hours. Maybe less. The pressure in my boots started again when I descended the slope. This time it wasn't subtle. When I stepped, I felt it rise. When I lifted my foot, it stayed a moment longer than it should have, like a delay echo. It wasn't just inside my step anymore, it was reacting. I told myself it was some weird nerve issue, like the time I pinched something in my arch after a long trek. A misfiring sensation. My brain remixing signals. But the more I walked, the more deeply the feeling set in, until it didn't matter what explanations I tried to invent. Something was keeping pace inside my movement. I followed the path across the basin, dust swirling slow around my ankles. Every so often I paused to listen, hoping for normal sounds, wind brushing past sage, a bird rustling, anything, but each stop returned the same thick, unmoving quiet. The world felt strangely padded, as if all sound had sunk into the soil and refused to rise. Halfway across the basin, I noticed something in the dirt that made me stop. Boot prints. Dozens of them. All heading the same direction, toward the far slope. Some were sharper than others, but none had wind-blurred edges. None were older than a day. I crouched, narrowing my eyes. The prints were all roughly the same size as mine. Same tread type. Possibly even the same model of boot. It wasn't impossible, hikers buy the same gear all the time, but something about the uniformity made my skin crawl. I scanned the lines of prints again. They overlapped. Sometimes perfectly. Not layered or chaotic like a group hiking together, but stacked the way a single person might step over their own tracks, again and again, retracing the same path, walking it repeatedly as though establishing a pattern. The weight pressed harder into my arches. I stood up slower this time. My throat had gone dry despite the coolness of the air. I wanted to turn around right then, go back to my truck, get the hell off whatever trail this was. But when I turned to look at the ridge, something felt off. The angle seemed steeper than when I'd first climbed it. Maybe it was just the sun shifting. Maybe my nerves were messing with my perception. But either way, looking back didn't comfort me. So I kept going. The path tightened as it approached the far slope, funneled between two sandstone walls streaked with iron. A narrow little canyon waited ahead, barely wider than a hallway. These formations are common out here, but this one had a strange symmetry, two matching grooves, almost identical in shape, as if carved intentionally rather than by natural erosion. Walking in, I felt the pressure in my footfalls sink even more closely. When I stepped, I felt a second anchor of weight. When I paused, I felt a faint rise like something settling beneath me. My calves tensed. My shoulders tightened, My breath came short and shallow. Inside the passage, the world felt even quieter. My footsteps didn't echo the way they should have in a stone corridor. The sound fell flat, swallowed after a split second. The only noise was the faint rasp of my shirt shifting against my backpack straps. Then I noticed something else. Every few feet along the canyon floor were more boot prints. Recent ones. But not all of them pointed forward. Some faced sideways. One or two faced directly back toward me. And the worst part? A few looked as if someone had stood in place far longer than any hiker ever would. Heel dug deep, toes settled into the dirt, edges firm and fresh. I tried to swallow, but my throat wouldn't cooperate fully. I touched one of the prints with the edge of my trekking pole. The dirt inside shifted soft, collapsing only slightly. New. Fresh. Too fresh. I backed up a half step without meaning to, and the moment my boot touched down, the pressure inside it struck harder than ever, almost like a push. Not painful, but firm enough to make me jolt. It didn't feel like stepping on something. It felt like something stepping up. I forced myself forward. The canyon wasn't long, maybe 100 yards, but it felt like a mile. Every few steps I glanced behind me, even though I knew nothing was there. Nothing moved. The walls stayed the same. The prints stayed the same. But the pressure in my steps grew stronger. At the end of the passage, the canyon opened into a small plateau with a sweeping view of another valley I knew for a fact shouldn't exist there. The geography was wrong again, subtly but unmistakably. It was like someone had rotated entire landforms, nudged hills into new places, smoothed out features that weren't supposed to be smooth. And right in the center of the plateau was a trail marker. A wooden post. Fresh. No weathering. Hammered neatly into the ground. No sign. No text. No symbols. Just a post. My heartbeat thumped hollow in my ears. That post didn't belong there. No agency had installed it. It wasn't painted, tagged, or numbered. It looked like someone had put it there for a reason, but a reason only they understood. I walked up to it slowly, each step carrying that strange answering weight. The ground around the post had at least 30 footprints, maybe more, circling it, overlapping it, angling in odd directions. Some prints were deep, pressed hard into the dirt like someone had put their full weight into stamping them. Others were light, almost tentative. All of them were the same size as mine. A gust of wind finally kicked up, brushing past my jacket, scattering a small swirl of grit. It was the first natural sound I'd heard in nearly an hour, and the relief was so intense it almost hurt. That's when I noticed the prints leading away from the post. They weren't heading toward any visible trail. They cut diagonally toward a boulder pile at the far edge of the plateau, then vanished behind it. Not faded, not trampled, just ended once they reached the shade of the rocks, as if whoever made them had stepped behind the formation and disappeared. I felt the weight in my boots shift again. Heavier. More certain. Like whatever had been keeping pace with me had finally caught up. I walked toward the boulder pile like someone moving through water, every step slower than the one before it. The sun hung high now, glaring hard against the pale rock, bleaching the world into harsh lines and washed-out colors. My shadow stretched ahead of me, jittering with each tiny tremor in my legs. The prints that led there, my size, my tread, my gait grew sharper as I approached. The pressure in my boots tightened in a way that made my skin prickle, like tendons pulling taut. I reached the first boulder and placed my hand against it. The stone radiated heat, far warmer than the surrounding air. That wasn't impossible in the Nevada desert, but this temperature didn't make sense. It felt like the rock had been baking under a magnifying lens. I pulled my hand back quickly. The ground beneath my feet pulsed once, distinctly enough that I crouched and pressed my palm into the dirt. No vibration. No machinery. No buried conduit or line. Just earth. Dry. Still. But when I stood again, that same matching pressure bloomed inside my boot, heavier than before, almost impatient. I stepped around the edge of the boulder pile and froze. The prints ended exactly at the rock wall, cleanly, without dragging or hesitation. Any normal person would have left a scuff, a sideways pivot, even a little ridge of disturbed dirt as they climbed. But not these. It was like someone had stepped forward and vanished mid-stride. The stone surface in front of me was smooth. No handholds. No dust displaced. No scraped grit. Nothing to show a person had touched it. I stared at the blank rock longer than I should have, trying to make sense of the geometry. Trying to understand how so many prints hours old at most could lead into nothing. My breath kept catching in my throat. The pressure inside my boots eased suddenly, almost like whatever had been matching me had lifted its own weight. For one fleeting second, I felt relief. Then the pressure slammed back into both boots at once, so hard I stumbled forward. Not from behind. Not from below. From the inside. Right beneath my arches. Like something was pushing upward. I staggered back instinctively, heart hammering, dust skidding under me. When I regained my balance, I realized I'd left two perfect prints, deep ones, like I'd stomped down with everything I had. But I hadn't stomped. I'd barely stayed upright. I backed up again, step by shaky step, each footfall echoing with a matching weight like a copied motion, delayed half a heartbeat but unmistakably there. The more distance I put between myself and that rock wall, the more the pressure grew, as if something wanted me closer, wanted me to finish a pattern I didn't understand. I forced myself to turn away from the boulders and head back across the plateau, each step feeling like I was fighting against a second set of legs trying to sync with mine. The wind had died again. The silence thickened. Even my own breathing sounded muffled in my skull. When I reached the trail marker post again, I paused. I didn't want to, but my body slowed without my permission, like something in me needed to confirm whether the prints around it had changed. They had. Where earlier there had been dozens of scattered prints, now the dirt showed a new pattern, 4 prints facing outward in cardinal directions, perfectly spaced, as if someone had stood at the post and rotated slowly, marking the ground with exact precision. My prints. My size, tread, angle, depth. But I hadn't been there. I hadn't made them. My spine tingled so sharply I nearly dropped my trekking pole. This was wrong. All of this was wrong. I needed to get back to the canyon, back to the ridge, back to anything familiar before the day turned any stranger. I started walking faster. But the matching weight inside my boots kept pace effortlessly, growing with each step, until the sensation wasn't just pressure, it was tugging. Solid first. Then stronger. A faint pull forward, like someone gripping the inside of my footprint and dragging me along by the bones of my feet. I forced myself to focus on the terrain, counting my steps, keeping my breath steady. The canyon walls came into view. For a moment, I thought I'd be okay. The passage looked exactly as before, narrow, symmetrical, a tight corridor of stone. But as I crossed the threshold, the air shifted again. Not temperature. Not wind. Density. Like walking into a thick inversion of the world. My footsteps made no sound. The dirt swallowed every noise. The pressure inside my boots grew heavier still, like a second walker was pressing up into my soles, trying to meet my weight perfectly. And then, halfway through the canyon, I heard the first real sound of the day. A scoff. Not behind me. Under me. I jerked back, slamming my shoulder into the stone wall. Grit rained down in tiny specks. My chest tightened. I didn't want to look down, but my eyes drifted there anyway. My boot had left a print deep, overcompressed, like I'd stepped with twice my body weight. In its center was the faintest crescent impression. Not a full print. Not even a clear shape. Just the suggestion that part of the earth had lifted momentarily before settling. My pulse thrashed. That wasn't possible. None of this was possible. I pushed forward harder, almost breaking into a jog, the canyon walls blurring in my peripheral vision. The pressure kept pace, pounding up through my feet, matching stride for stride. When I burst out of the passage into the basin again, sunlight hit me so sharply my eyes stung. For a second, the world tilted, distances stretching weirdly like a heat shimmer. I blinked until my vision steadied. The basin floor ahead was covered in new prints. My prints. Dozens. Maybe hundreds. All leading toward the ridge. Not scattered. Not wandering. A straight line. I didn't have time to understand it. I didn't want to. I followed the path upward, heart straining, legs shaking, that impossible rhythm inside my steps dragging at my pace like something trying to slow me down. The ridge rose in front of me. Familiar. Achievable. Anchor point. Salvation. I reached it in under a minute. And when I crossed over the top, the switchback below looked normal again. No reorganized plants. No ghost-clean geometry. No signs of recent construction. Just the same old eroded cut I remembered from years ago, overgrown and used, clearly untouched. My prints were still there from earlier, but none led upward. The pressure inside my boots vanished. Not gradually. Gone. Like a switch flipped. I stood perfectly still, waiting for it to return, waiting for any hint that something had followed me back over the ridge. Nothing happened. The silence of the desert finally sounded natural again, wind, insects, the faint song of some distant bird. I don't know how long I stood there. Maybe 20 seconds. Maybe several minutes. Eventually, I started down the main trail, moving as steadily as I could, glancing behind me more times than I want to admit. The switchback didn't change again. The basin didn't reappear. The ridge looked the same from every angle. Everything was normal. But halfway back to my truck, I noticed something that made every hair on my arms rise. My steps felt a little heavier than they should have. Even now, as I'm writing this, they still do. And I don't know if that means whatever followed me stopped at the ridge, or if it came with me. My name is Islam Marin, and what happened along the creek in Oregon took place over the span of a single afternoon, one that should have been uneventful, routine, even forgettable. I'm 31 years old, relatively experienced with solo day hikes, and cautious in the way you only become after a decade of reading too many search and rescue reports. I don't consider myself reckless, and until that day, I thought sticking to established trails and checking in with the ranger station was enough to guarantee a predictable outing. I was wrong. What I saw, and especially what I heard, has been looping in my head ever since I walked out of those woods. I remember the exact feeling in the air when things first felt wrong. It was close to noon, the sun diffused behind a thin layer of clouds that hadn't quite committed to becoming overcast. I'd been following a familiar section of trail near Drift Creek, the kind that winds in and out of shade with gentle elevation changes, nothing strenuous. The only reason I'd stepped off trail at all was because I'd run lower on water than expected, thanks to starting the hike later that morning and underestimating the temperature. The creek was about 40 yards downslope, visible from the trail through a cluster of alder and vine maple. Getting to it required picking through ferns and stepping over a few fallen logs, but there was no incline steep enough to be problematic. I wasn't worried. The sounds carried easily from below: running water, distant birds, an occasional gust pushing through the treetops. Then, just as I planted my boot on a large root and began descending, I heard voices. 2 of them. One lower, one slightly higher, both close enough that I stopped moving instinctively. The creek twisted out of sight behind a wall of mossy boulders, so I couldn't see who was down there, but the voices were unmistakably human. At first, I assumed other hikers had chosen the same water access point. But the tone of their conversation wasn't casual. It was sharp, clipped, and argument. I didn't move for several seconds, listening. I couldn't make out the words, but the cadence felt tense, like the kind of disagreement where both people are trying to keep their voices down but failing. The man's voice was firmer, the woman's more agitated. Something about the sound, maybe the proximity, maybe the way their voices cut clean across the gurgle of water, put me on alert. I found myself taking slower steps, easing toward the creek with the hesitant caution of someone approaching a wounded animal. Part of me wanted to turn back to the trail and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But another part, curiosity or maybe concern, kept me moving forward. The voices didn't fade or shift, they just cut off. 1 second they were there, rising in intensity, and the next the forest fell into that sudden, unnatural stillness that always makes the skin on your arms prick. I stopped again, not more than 15 feet from the creek. I waited. No footsteps, no rustling, no splash in the water. Just nothing. I crouched slightly, peering between 2 boulders toward the narrow gravel bar where people usually refill water. Empty. The surface of the creek rippled gently over stones, and a few alder leaves drifted along with the current. But the place was deserted. No backpacks, no movement, no one climbing out of view. I didn't call out. I didn't even breathe loudly. Something told me that would be a mistake. I stepped closer to the water, keeping my eyes scanning the surrounding brush and the opposite bank. It was possible I'd misjudged the direction of the voices, or that they'd moved away quickly while the sound of the creek masked their movement. That was the explanation I stuck with as I knelt to refill my bottle, though I kept glancing over my shoulder every few seconds. Still nothing. No hint that anyone had been there. It wasn't until I capped the bottle and stood up that I noticed the footprints. Not mine, these were newer, clearer, and positioned on a patch of soft silt near the water line. 2 sets. Adult-sized. One pair slightly larger, likely belonging to the deeper, firmer impressions. The astonishing part wasn't that they were fresh, that was expected. It was the direction they faced. Both sets of prints pointed uphill, directly toward the exact path I had just walked down. I felt something tighten inside my chest, like a hand closing around it. The footprints weren't angled toward the trail or following the water. They aimed at me. Or rather, at where I had been standing moments earlier, before I'd stepped forward to fill my bottle. Which meant that before the voices stopped, whoever was arguing had been facing the slope, facing upward, facing the place where I would have been visible if I hadn't hesitated under the trees. A cold ripple of unease spread up my spine. I turned around slowly, scanning the slope between me and the trail. Nothing moved. The trees stood still. The air was calm. But I couldn't shake the sensation that if I looked away, something might shift behind my back. I reminded myself to stay rational. People argue in the woods sometimes, couples, friends, families. Maybe they had turned to leave and I'd simply walked into their footprints without noticing. Maybe the voices echoing across the small valley had distorted my sense of direction. Maybe they had hurried off when they realized someone else was nearby. But even as I forced those explanations through my mind, they didn't sit right. Why leave so abruptly in silence? Why head straight toward the slope instead of following the creek? Why did the argument stop mid-sentence instead of tapering off like people walking away? I tightened the straps of my pack and walked back up the slope, every step slower than the last. I scanned the ground as I moved, searching for the continuation of those footprints. For a long moment, I saw nothing but forest debris. Then, halfway between the creek and the trail, I spotted them again, faint, scattered prints pressed into a patch of damp duff. Same size difference. Same direction. Same unnatural stillness nearby. That's when the feeling hit me fully, unavoidable and absolute. Someone was nearby, and they were being quiet on purpose. And that was when I stopped trusting the forest the way I usually do. I moved slower as I approached the trail again, trying not to snap any branches or shift gravel under my boots. It wasn't that I believed I was being hunted or followed, not consciously, anyway. It was more like my instincts had finally caught up with what my eyes had already seen. Those footprints weren't random. They weren't casual. They'd been facing uphill with a kind of deliberate alignment that felt too precise, too directed. And now the silence seemed to press against my ears like something physical. When I reached the trail, everything looked exactly as it had before. A narrow strip of dirt, edged by ferns and swordgrass, curving gently out of sight in both directions. Left led deeper into the loop. Right led back toward the trailhead, about 3 miles away. Under normal circumstances, I would have continued the loop without thinking twice. But my body wouldn't fall back into that casual rhythm. It stood rooted there like it expected someone to step out onto the path behind me. I looked both ways again. Nothing. No movement. No voices. Just the muted rush of the creek below. I kept listening, hoping for some sign, footsteps, conversation, anything that would make the situation logical again. But the woods stayed unnervingly still. I made myself turn toward the trailhead. My steps weren't hurried, but they also weren't leisurely. I tried to walk normally, to force my breathing into a calmer rhythm, but every few seconds I glanced behind me. The trail was empty. Still, something felt off. Like I was being shadowed, but only at the distance where I couldn't catch the movement. After 10 minutes, I told myself I was overreacting. The woods get quiet sometimes. Sound carries strangely near water. Footprints can face any direction depending on how someone pivots. People argue. People leave quickly. People don't always act predictably. Maybe the couple had seen me coming down the slope and decided they didn't want company. Maybe the footprints meant nothing. I repeated those points like a mantra, not because they convinced me, but because they were the only explanations I could cling to. I forced myself to stop for a moment in the middle of the trail and listen again. For a few seconds, all I heard was wind moving through the fir branches above. Then, faintly, something else. A sound like a stick cracking. Far behind me. Not loud. Not sudden. Just real. I turned slowly. My heartbeat spiked hard, the kind of jolt that leaves your ribs feeling bruised. The trail behind me stretched empty, just as before. No one stood there. No shape moved between the trees. But I knew what I heard. A single, sharp crack. Something stepping on wood. I swallowed and scanned the undergrowth. If someone were following, they'd have to be stepping deliberately off the trail to stay hidden. That thought made the skin on my back crawl. I didn't want to linger long enough to confirm it. I tightened the straps of my pack again and resumed walking, faster now. Not running, but edging close to it. For the next half mile, the trail narrowed and the forest closed in around me. Ferns brushed against my legs. Low branches forced me to duck. The sense of being watched grew thicker, like a weight behind my ribs. Every time I looked back, the trail remained empty, but the quiet felt wrong, like there was too much of it. Like it wasn't the absence of noise, but the presence of someone trying not to make any. When the rage leveled out and the trail widened again, I slowed down. My pulse finally eased a little. And that's when I heard the voices again. Very faint. Very distant. Coming from somewhere below the trail, much farther down than the creek. I froze halfway through a step, my body reacting faster than my mind. The voices were the same cadence as before, one lower, one higher. Not yelling this time, but talking quickly, urgently. I couldn't hear the words, but I recognized them instantly. The familiarity snapped through me like ice water. I stepped backward until my boots were fully centered on the trail, my hand instinctively hovering near the small multi-tool clip to my pack strap, useless as a weapon, but my brain reached for it anyway. I listened harder. The voices didn't rise or approach. They just continued, hushed, clipped, moving in and out with the slight shifts of wind. I waited for several long seconds, unsure whether to move or stay. Then the voices cut out once more. Abruptly. Mid-syllable. The exact same way they had at the creek. The silence that followed felt heavier than before. More deliberate. I didn't wait around this time. I picked up my pace again, moving quickly but staying alert enough not to slip on loose dirt. I kept glancing down the slope to my left, scanning for movement, shadows, clothing, anything. But the undergrowth was too dense. Something or someone could have been standing 15 feet down and I wouldn't have seen them. Another 15 minutes passed in strained quiet. The trail began descending slightly, which meant I was getting closer to the last mile before the parking lot. The familiar intersection with the spur trail should have been just ahead. Once I reached that, it was a straightforward walk back. I clung to that thought like a lifeline. I turned a corner and finally saw the wooden signpost marking the junction. Relief hit me hard enough that my knees felt momentarily loose. But the feeling evaporated almost instantly. Someone was standing near the sign. I stumbled to a stop. They were too far away for me to see details, maybe 100 yards, but close enough that I could make out a human outline. Upright. Motionless. Facing me. For a moment I thought it might be another hiker. Maybe a trail runner pausing to check a map. But they didn't move. Didn't shift weight. Didn't raise a hand. They just stood there, perfectly still. Every instinct in me screamed to back up. My throat tightened painfully, and I realized how dry my mouth had gotten since leaving the creek. I blinked a few times, half hoping the figure would vanish or resolve into something harmless. But it remained. I forced myself to take one step forward, then another. Slow, careful. My hands were trembling now. The figure stayed still. No reaction. No voice. No sign of acknowledgement. At around 70 yards, something in the back of my mind clicked hard. The posture was wrong. Too straight. Too rigid. Like someone trying to mimic standing naturally. I didn't get any closer. I stepped off the trail, not down the slope, but the opposite direction, uphill where the vegetation was thinner. I moved quietly, circling wide, keeping trees between the figure and me. My heart hammered so loud I was sure it would give me away. Every twig I avoided felt like a small victory. Every soft step made me feel like I was buying myself a few more seconds. When I reached a point directly above the junction, I peered from behind a tree to see the trail again. The figure was gone. Just gone. Not walking away. Not heading down the trail. Simply no longer there. And that was somehow far worse than seeing them in the first place. I stayed behind the tree for far too long, frozen in a posture that made my legs start to ache. I kept expecting the figure to step back into view, maybe reappear farther down the trail or emerge from the brush. Nothing. The longer the emptiness stretched, the more unreal the moment felt, like I'd dreamed the whole thing. But I knew I hadn't. There was no mistaking the shape I'd seen, no misinterpreting the strange rigidity of the posture. Someone had been there. Someone had been watching the trail. And now they weren't. I finally forced myself to move, inching along the ridge until I reached a point where I had a partial view of the trail ahead. The plan forming in my mind was simple. Stay above the trail, parallel it, don't get too close, and keep advancing toward the parking lot without giving anyone a clear line of sight. It wasn't fast, and it wasn't comfortable, but I trusted height and cover more than I trusted the open path. The terrain was messy, fallen limbs, loose soil, clusters of ferns that reached my knees, but it was doable. I moved slowly and quietly, checking the trail every few yards. The sound of the creek faded behind me until it was only a faint hiss. The forest settled into a stillness that felt more like a listening pause than the ordinary peace I normally loved out here. I didn't hear the voices again. Not once. That should have calmed me, but instead it made the silence sharper. Like whoever had been talking didn't need to anymore. It took time, but eventually I spotted the final bend, the one that led to the relatively flat stretch before the trailhead. I crouched behind a mossy stump to scan it carefully. Nothing moved. No figures. No shadows between the trees suggesting someone standing still. Just the trail winding gently toward the parking area. I debated whether to drop back onto the trail or stay above it until the very end. Staying in the brush meant continuing the slow, cautious progress that had already cost me the better part of an hour. Dropping onto the trail meant visibility, exposure, and trusting that the absence of anyone in sight truly meant safety. In the end, I chose speed. I moved back toward the trail as quietly as I could, stepping onto the dirt with careful placement of my boots. For the first time since hearing the voices, the trail felt normal again. Like something familiar I could rely on. I started walking quicker, wanting this entire situation behind me. I had less than a mile to go. For a few minutes, nothing happened. The forest seemed peaceful, the air steady, the path clear. My shoulders loosened a bit. The tension in my jaw eased. I let myself believe, just slightly, that whatever had been happening back there belonged to a pocket of woods I'd already left behind. Then I saw something in the dirt ahead. At first I thought it was a fallen branch, but as I approached, the shape clarified. A single footprint. Not boot tread, just the outline of a shoe sole, stamped cleanly into a small patch of soft earth. Too clean. Too recent. Left behind by someone walking the same direction as me, not crossing the trail or heading the opposite way. Someone who'd been ahead of me. My stomach clenched. I crouched beside it, studying the edges. Sharp. Crisp. No debris collected in the grooves. It couldn't have been more than a few minutes old. Someone had walked this exact stretch just before I arrived. I straightened slowly and forced myself to look up. About 30 yards ahead, at a spot where the trail curved left, I saw movement. A person stepping behind a tree. Not panicked. Not running. Just a single, deliberate step, smoothly disappearing into the deeper brush. I didn't get a clear look, only a partial silhouette. Medium build. Dark clothing. That was all. They didn't look back at me. They didn't make a sound. I stopped dead. My heart thudded so loud it drowned out the wind. The trail was too narrow to safely retreat uphill again. The slope was steeper here. Going back meant going toward the person who had left that footprint. Going forward meant following the one who had just slipped out of sight. For a moment, I stood there uselessly, my legs vibrating with tension. Then something shifted inside me, a kind of cold practicality. I wasn't being chased. I wasn't being rushed. Someone was here, but they were keeping their distance. Whoever these people were, they weren't moving toward me. They were avoiding being seen. And that was somehow worse. I forced myself to keep walking, but I stayed as far to the right side of the trail as possible, nearer to the uphill bank. My hand touched the multi-tool again, not because I thought it would save me, but because my mind clung to the small illusion of having something. When I reached the tree the person had stepped behind, I hesitated before passing it. Every instinct screamed not to look, but I did anyway. I leaned slightly, peering behind the trunk. Empty. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing to mark someone slipping deeper into the woods. As if that single step had been the only trace they intended to leave. I kept walking. The trail widened slightly after that, offering longer lines of sight. I scanned constantly. My head turned so often my neck began to ache. No one else stepped out. No more silhouettes disappeared between trees. No voices drifted from the creek or anywhere else in the woods. It was just me and the steady rhythm of my own footsteps. The parking area finally came into view through the trees, a rectangle of pale gravel and scattered cars. Relief hit me so hard it almost knocked the breath from my lungs. I didn't run, but I walked fast enough that the gravel crunched loud when I stepped out of the wooded shade. There were 2 other vehicles parked besides mine. One belonged to a man loading gear into the back of his Subaru. He looked up briefly when I emerged, gave me a polite nod, then returned to stowing his equipment. He had the casual, grounded posture of someone who'd had a normal, uneventful hike. I glanced around the lot. No signs of dark clothing. No people standing unnaturally still. No one watching me. I unlocked my car, tossed my pack onto the passenger seat, and sat down hard, gripping the steering wheel until my hands stopped trembling. I didn't leave immediately. I sat there for several minutes, scanning the tree line, waiting for anything to shift. Nothing did. The forest behind the trailhead looked peaceful. It looked like any other Oregon afternoon. Ordinary. Harmless. When I finally started the engine, the sound felt too loud in the quiet surroundings. I backed out slowly, turned onto the narrow access road, and drove away without looking in the rearview mirror more than necessary. I didn't see anyone follow. I didn't see anyone step out onto the road. I didn't see any sign that the people I'd heard existed at all outside the sounds of their argument and the footprints that shouldn't have been pointing toward me. But halfway down the road, just before the last bend that would take me out of forest jurisdiction, I passed a small pullout used for unofficial trail access. And parked there alone, dust still settling around the tires, was a dark-colored SUV I hadn't seen earlier. No one was inside. No one stood nearby. But the driver's door was slightly open. Just a few inches. As if someone had gotten out in a hurry and forgotten, or didn't care, to close it. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I kept driving until I reached pavement again, and even then I didn't feel fully safe. I still don't know who those people were. I don't know why they stopped arguing the moment I got close. I don't know why their footprints pointed uphill toward where I'd been standing, or why someone was waiting near the junction only to vanish seconds later. I don't know why another person stepped behind a tree and left no trace. All I know is that every explanation I've come up with feels wrong. And I haven't gone back to that trail since. My name is Carter Vale, and on the morning this happened, roughly 10:42 a.m., according to the timestamp on my GPX log, I made what I now recognize as one of the most avoidable decisions a hiker can make. I trusted a single trail marker more than my own map, more than my compass, and more than the uneasy feeling that something about the direction it pointed didn't make sense. At the time, though, it seemed harmless. A rotated aluminum arrow on a cedar post didn't exactly scream danger. It just pointed a few degrees deeper into the forest instead of toward the more obvious bend in the trail. And I figured, in the way people do when they want a little novelty, that maybe maintenance crews had rerouted things since my last visit. I'm familiar with this section of the woods just east of Chilliwack, British Columbia, off one of the lesser-used connectors behind a string of marshy lowlands. It's not the kind of spot you bring kids to, and it's not scenic enough to draw tourists, but it's good for solitude. I planned a straightforward day hike, nothing more. The weather was clear, my pack was light, and the air smelled sharp from last night's rain. Everything looked normal until I came to that marker. It was a standard rectangle of orange aluminum with the directional arrow stamped into it, bolted to a post about chest high. Whoever had rotated it hadn't done a sloppy job. The bolts were tight, almost flush, like someone had fully loosened them, repositioned the plate, and driven them back in with care. The arrow now aimed into thicker trees, where there was no visible trail, just brush, salal, and ferns. I actually laughed under my breath, thinking maybe some bored trail worker wanted to mess with the next hiker through. The rational explanation fits so easily that I didn't question it. I stepped toward the direction it indicated, checking the ground out of curiosity more than commitment, and noticed faint depressions in the moss. Not prints exactly, just slightly pressed patches, like someone had walked through earlier that morning. They led into the woods in the same direction the marker pointed. That was the detail that made me decide to follow. Someone had gone that way recently enough to leave impressions, so maybe a new path existed, or maybe the track was simply overgrown. I wasn't in a hurry, and the map on my phone showed no serious hazards in the area. An easy hour of exploring wouldn't kill me, and I could always double back. I walked maybe 20 minutes before the brush began thinning into something that felt trail-like, less by design, more because the undergrowth grew shorter and the soil got firmer. The light dimmed a little under the taller spruce canopy, and the air turned cooler. I kept glancing at my compass to make sure I wasn't drifting wildly off course. I wasn't. The arrow had pointed northeast, and I was still tracking roughly parallel to the old, known route. Nothing was wrong yet. Not really. I stopped once to adjust my pack strap and look back the way I'd come. That was when I noticed the marker, the same aluminum rectangle, standing on a post maybe 30 meters behind me. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. My immediate assumption was the only reasonable one. I must have passed a second marker without noticing, maybe one indicating a side spur or wildlife survey route. The forest is full of old posts from past projects. It wasn't impossible. What bothered me wasn't its presence. It was the direction it pointed. The arrow faced me now, pointing straight toward where I stood. For a moment, all I could do was stare at it. The forest around me was quiet, real quiet, not the soft white noise kind of quiet you expect deep in the trees. It was the heavy kind, the kind where every small sound becomes sharp. A drop of water falling from a branch behind me felt like it cracked the air. I walked back to the marker, telling myself to stay rational. Up close, I saw the same clean rotation job, the bolts tight, the plate aligned. The wood post looked older than the one at the start of the trail, but not by much. There were no fresh sawn marks, no disturbed soil, no signs anyone had recently handled it. I squatted down and ran my fingers over the moss around the base. Nothing. Not even a scuff. That was the first moment I felt actual unease. Not fear, just a prickling awareness that something about this situation wasn't lining up the way ordinary explanations should. I pulled out my phone to check GPS. The blue dot was exactly where I expected, just off the map trail but not dangerously so. I took a photo of the marker, mostly to reassure myself later that I wasn't imagining it, and then I kept going. I didn't head back the way I'd come, not because I wanted to keep exploring, but because going back meant walking past that arrow again. I didn't like the idea of moving beneath it, like passing under a spotlight. I know how that sounds. But people do strange things when they're unnerved, and that marker had set something buzzing in my nerves. The forest thickened again a few hundred meters ahead, the faint depressions in the moss growing harder to follow. The terrain sloped slightly downhill, and the air felt colder than it had any right to be near midday. I slowed, listening for other hikers, birds, anything that would anchor the moment to reality. Nothing. When I stopped to sip water, I turned around automatically, just to have it, and there it was again. Another marker. Or the same one. 30 meters back. Same height. Same post. Same rotated plate. Same arrow pointing directly at me. I actually whispered, no, out loud, like I was rejecting the evidence in front of me. I walked toward it faster than I meant to, half hoping some rational detail would pop out on closer inspection. Something mundane. Something boring. But there was nothing. No footprints. No tools. No signs of movement. And the angle of the arrow aligned with the imaginary line I'd walked. As if it had tracked me and adjusted. Except that is impossible. I lifted the plate and tried to wiggle it. It didn't budge. Those bolts were set hard. Whoever moved it, if it had been moved, must have used tools. And they couldn't have done it quietly, not in the last few minutes. There was no place for anyone to hide in the underbrush without leaving clear disturbance, and I saw none. I stepped away from it slowly, my pulse rising now, the logic in my brain starting to thin. I couldn't tell if I was being followed, led, or watched. None of those options felt good. I told myself I would walk another 10 minutes and then check GPS again. If I hadn't regained a real trail by then, I'd backtrack, arrow or not. It sounded like a plan. A calm, reasonable plan. Except 10 minutes later, when I turned around again, the marker was closer. And this time, I knew for a fact I hadn't passed a second post. Because there were no posts in front of me. Only behind. And the arrow pointed straight at my chest like an accusation. For a few seconds I couldn't move. The marker stood there, same orange plate, same clean rotation, same impossible proximity, and even though I knew objects don't relocate themselves, my body reacted like I was staring at something alive. A tight pressure gathered at the base of my skull. My breathing went shallow in that stupid, automatic way where your body decides panic is a reasonable option. I forced myself to step backward, away from it, putting a few more meters of space between us. I kept my eyes locked on the arrow the entire time. If someone was messing with me, they'd have to reveal themselves when they came to move it again. But the trees stood still. No rustling. No movement behind the trunks. Nothing shifting in my peripheral vision. I held my position for almost a minute, waiting. Nothing happened. I glanced down at my GPS again, and the screen made my gut drop. My recorded track showed a jagged, looping pattern instead of the straight northeast line I thought I'd been following. According to the map, I had walked in a broad arc that curved back toward the original trail. The marker shouldn't have been behind me at all. It should have been far to my right. I zoomed in and saw something that made even less sense. The track showed tiny deviations, like I'd paused without remembering or taken small steps backwards or sideways. I hadn't. I would have noticed. The woods felt suddenly too quiet, too close. I blinked hard, trying to blame the odd GPS path on the tree canopy or poor signal bounce, but neither explained the marker. I didn't want to turn my back on it again, but leaving wasn't optional anymore. Whatever curiosity I had was gone. I decided to head directly west toward where the main trail should have been, an easy 20-minute bushwhack at most. I didn't care about staying neat or following any faint track. I just wanted out. So I started moving. I made sure to take big, deliberate steps to hear my own footfalls. My pack straps creaked, my water bottle knocked the side pocket with a muted thud. I focused on those sounds, using them to anchor myself in the moment. 20 meters in, I forced myself to stop and look back. The marker hadn't moved. At least, it wasn't visible. That should have comforted me, but it didn't. The fact that I couldn't see it at all, not even the top of the post, felt worse. Like it was behind something now, or waiting behind a tree line. I picked up the pace. The forest shifted around me gradually, bigger spruce, thicker branches overhead, dimmer light, but my general direction stayed true. I checked the compass every couple of minutes. West, steady. No mistakes. But the woods weren't letting me make sense of them. The terrain developed odd repetitions. A fallen cedar with a distinctive split trunk appeared twice. A patch of ground with a knob of bright moss looked identical to a spot I'd passed earlier. I knelt to check whether I'd looped by accident, but my prints weren't there. Not even faintly. I told myself to stay rational. I knew forests could be disorienting. Patterns repeated naturally. Light played tricks. Perspective flattened distances. It all had explanations. But the feeling kept worsening with the sense that something was parallel to me, matching my pace at a distance I couldn't pinpoint. Around noon, the air temperature dropped again, more sharply than before. It felt like walking into a pocket of cold shadow, even though the sky above showed bright sun through scattered branches. I wiped my palms on my pants and realized they were damp with sweat. I pushed forward another few minutes before the hair on my arms rose. I didn't hear anything at first. It was a pressure, like someone was standing close behind me without making sound. The moment stretched too long for comfort. I turned my head a few degrees, just enough to check my periphery. The marker was sitting 20 feet away, half hidden between two young cedars. I didn't swear. I didn't shout. I just felt everything inside me go quiet in a way that was almost worse than panic. Because this time I knew exactly how far I'd walked. I knew my bearings. I knew I hadn't passed a post. The terrain around me had changed too consistently for me to have backtracked without noticing. And the marker was angled again, carefully, directly toward me. I approached it slowly, more to confirm I wasn't hallucinating than anything else. The post had the same grain pattern, the same slight splintering on one side. It wasn't a look-alike. It was the same one. But now the ground around it had a disturbance. Soft moss pushed down. A boot press. At first I thought it might be mine, but the stride was too long. And the print was deeper than mine ever ran in this kind of soil. Someone had been standing there. Recently. Maybe minutes ago. I backed away, pulse hammering. I scanned the trees in a slow sweep. No movement. No sound. My ears strained for anything but breath. A twig snap, a shifting footfall. Nothing greeted me. I wasn't being led. I was being followed. And followed by someone who knew the woods better than I did. Someone comfortable moving quietly. Someone who had a reason, not a good one, to keep redirecting me off the trail. My brain tried to supply harmless explanations. Survey worker? No new tools, no paint blazes, no equipment left behind. Hunter? Wrong season. And hunters don't reposition trail markers. Another hiker messing with me? There had been no voices. No extra footprints except a single press near the post. No sign of multiple passes. Someone deliberately stalking me? That one stuck. It made too much sense. My hand drifted toward the bear spray in my side pocket. I didn't draw it, but I kept my fingers on the holster. I forced my voice out, low but steady. Hello? If someone's out here, just call out. I don't want any trouble. Silence. A deep, unbroken silence. I took out my phone. No signal. Not even a flicker at the top bar. I wasn't shocked coverage was bad out here normally, but somehow the absence felt personal now. I looked at the marker a final time. I noticed something I hadn't before. A faint smudge on the aluminum. Grayish. Not quite dirt. More like graphite or metal rub. And next to it, a tiny scrape where the bolt head was worn in a way that didn't look factory-made. Someone had rotated it barehanded. Someone close enough, long enough, confident enough to do it without rushing. My mouth went dry. I turned west again, faster this time, branches whipping against my sleeves. I wasn't trying to be quiet anymore. I wanted noise. I wanted anything to break that oppressive silence. The ground dipped sharply and I slid down a short muddy slope. When I caught myself at the bottom, I looked back again. And the marker stood at the top of the rise. 10 feet away. Not even pretending anymore. No distance. No pretense of coincidence. Just placed there, bold and deliberate, as if whoever moved it wanted me to know how close they'd been the whole time. The arrow pointed directly at my face. I didn't think, I just moved. Instinct took over, the hardwired kind that says get away now. I scrambled up from the slope, turned west again, and forced myself into a near run even though every survival instinct warns against sprinting blindly in the woods. Branches lashed my arms. A root caught the toe of my boot and nearly sent me face first into a log, but I kept going. I didn't stop to check behind me. I didn't want to know if the marker had followed. My breathing got ragged fast, part fear, part adrenaline, part the growing certainty that whoever was doing this wasn't far behind. I could feel that awful awareness between my shoulder blades, that subtle pressure of being watched. The air felt colder again, thinner somehow, and when I finally forced myself to slow down so I wouldn't twist an ankle, I listened. Still nothing. No pursuit. No footsteps. No voice. But silence isn't safety. Silence hides things. I checked the GPS again with shaking hands. The track was worse now, more loops, more erratic deviations. And the blue dot hovered in a patch of blank green space where no trail existed. I tapped the compass overlay. My heading still read west. I looked up, the sun's angle matched the compass. That part was real. I wasn't drifting in circles. At least, not intentionally. My nerves felt like exposed wires. I wiped sweat from my brow, tasted metal on my tongue, and realized I'd been clenching my jaw so hard it ached. I forced my shoulders down and tried to steady myself. Main trail, I whispered. Just get to the main trail. I kept moving, slower now, scanning constantly. The forest began to thin again, which should have been good news, except something about the spacing of the trees felt wrong. Too evenly distributed. Too clean between them, like something regularly passed through here and brushed the undergrowth aside. I didn't want to imagine what. Or who. I pushed forward until I noticed a slight incline rising ahead. A ridge, not tall, but enough to give me some elevation and maybe a line of sight to something familiar. I climbed it carefully, one hand on nearby trunks for balance. As I neared the top, I paused and listened again. A soft sound drifted through the trees. Not footsteps. Not breathing. Metal. A tiny, precise metallic click. Like a bolt turning. I froze so hard every muscle locked. The sound came from somewhere behind and below me, too far to be right on top of me, but close enough that I hadn't imagined it. Someone was adjusting metal on wood. A screw. A bolt. A plate. The marker. Someone was moving it again. Deliberately. Methodically. I swallowed so hard it hurt. I backed up and crouched behind a fallen log, peeking through the branches without daring to rise above them. The forest ahead remained still. But behind me, the silence after the click felt worse than the sound itself. I didn't wait. I crept the rest of the way up the ridge, trying to make as little noise as possible. When I reached the top, sunlight hit me full in the face. The momentary brightness stunned my eyes, but then my vision cleared, and I saw it. A trail. A real one. An established, compacted dirt path cutting cleanly across the base of the ridge about 50 meters ahead. Relief hit so hard I almost stumbled down the slope to reach it. I took a few steps before stopping myself. I forced my breathing to steady and scanned left and right. No hikers. No dogs. No voices. Just the quiet forest wrapped around a genuine trail. I practically lunged onto it. For a moment, it didn't matter where it led. Trails meant signage. Signage meant intersections. Intersections meant out. Civilization. I checked my GPS again. The track snapped to the nearest known route, finally recognizing something mapped. My dot sat just north of a trail called Rock Point Loop. I knew that one. It fed back to a parking area if I followed it west for about an hour. I turned west and started walking fast. For the first few minutes I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see the marker appear on the trail like some impossible sentinel. But nothing followed. The forest seemed almost normal again, the way it should have been from the start. A jay called somewhere ahead. Sunlight filtered through in predictable patterns instead of that dim, oppressive shade I'd walked through earlier. It felt like I'd stepped out of someone else's space. Or someone else's plan. Even as relief crept in, I didn't slow down. I wanted distance. Physical, reassuring distance between me and whatever had been done back there. An attack? A stalker? A prank? No explanation felt sufficient, but the alternative, no explanation at all, felt worse. I rounded a bend in the trail and stopped cold. A trail marker stood to the right of the path. The post was older, weathered, moss creeping up its base. But the plate orange aluminum, clean, unscratched, was the same kind as the one I'd seen earlier. I stared at it for a long time, my heart climbing up into my throat. The arrow pointed straight down the trail I was already walking. That wasn't strange. That was normal. Markers point forward. That's their job. But the plate was rotated just slightly off-center. Not enough to be obvious. Just a few degrees, unless you've been staring at rotated plates all morning and your brain had learned their angles too well. I stepped closer. The bolts were tight. Too tight. Not corroded. Not rusted. Not old. Recently handled. My mouth went dry all over again. Someone had been here before me. Recently. Maybe minutes, maybe hours. Maybe the same person who'd been moving the other one. Maybe someone who'd been in these woods longer than me, fixing and unfixing markers for whatever reason. A reason that didn't involve helping hikers. I backed away from the post and kept moving. Faster now. The rhythm of my boots felt too loud, like each step announced my location to anyone who might be listening. The forest stayed quiet, but the tension in my spine never eased. I didn't stop again. Not for water. Not for rest. Not for anything. When I finally reached the junction leading back to the trailhead, I almost jogged the remaining distance. When I broke out into the parking lot and saw the glint of my car through the trees, I felt something close to dizzy relief. I yanked the door open, tossed my pack inside, and locked the doors immediately, even though no one was in sight. My hands were still shaking when I started the engine. As I pulled out of the lot, I looked back once. The entrance to the trail sat quiet and armless beneath a strip of sky. Nothing moved. Nothing followed. The drive back toward town passed in silence until my phone finally picked up a signal. Notifications pinged, but I ignored them, pulling up my GPX log instead. The track map loaded. I stared at it for a long time. The looping patterns in the forest sections were bad enough. But the last stretch Rock Point loop should have been straight. I'd walked it without deviation, moving fast, focused. But the recording showed something different. Tiny side wanders. Small hesitations. Minuscule backward steps. Moments where I'd apparently stood still without remembering. Pauses I hadn't made. Or pauses someone else had. When I followed the track to the final point right before the trailhead, the log showed one last deviation. A small step to the right. A pause. A full second recorded. That spot on the map aligned with the marker I had seen on the trail. I stared at that tiny dot, that 1 second hesitation. Then I looked closer. The pause timestamp read 11 hours, 37 minutes, and 16 seconds. But I had checked the marker at roughly 11:35. 2 minutes earlier. Someone had stood there after me. At the marker. Handling it. Maybe watching me walk away. I dropped the phone onto the passenger seat and sat very still. I haven't gone back to that forest. Not once. Not to recover the track. Not to report it. Not to prove something strange happened. Because I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And somewhere out there in those woods, someone knows exactly how close they got to me. Someone who follows hikers, not the trails. Someone who turns markers toward the people they want to keep track of. And someone who is very, very good at not being seen. My name is Trey Mercer, and on the afternoon of July 9th, I made the worst decision I've ever made in the backcountry. I'm writing this with the intent to document exactly what happened, down to the smallest details, so there's no confusion later about where I was, what I saw, or what I might have misinterpreted. I was hiking alone in the sandstone basin west of Las Cruces, following a standard route toward an overlook I'd visited twice before. I knew the terrain, the time of day, the weather, and the risks. And even knowing all that, I still cut straight down a ravine to shave time. What followed is the reason I haven't slept right since. The day had been bright enough that the sky looked washed out, the kind of flat desert blue that makes depth perception tricky. Shadows felt razor sharp under the cliffs, splitting the world into blinding white and near black pockets. I'd started late, around 10 a.m., and by the time I reached the basin the heat was already rising off the flats in wavering sheets. My goal had been simple: reach the overlook by 3, take a few comparison shots for a geology study I'm doing, then circle back via the ridgeline. Easy loop, nothing dramatic. About halfway in, I faced the same fork every hiker sees out there, follow the meandering, switchbacking trail around the long spine of rock, or drop into a shallow ravine and climb back up the other side, cutting off nearly a mile. I'd never taken the shortcut before. The trail is official for a reason, and every ranger I've spoken to says the ravine is unpredictable after monsoon washouts. But standing there that afternoon, sweating through my shirt, my pack rubbing my left shoulder raw, it looked harmless, a gentle dip, sandy floor, easy scramble up the opposite bank. I told myself it would save me 15 minutes, maybe 20. That's how this kind of mistake always starts, with rational excuses wrapped around something you know damn well you shouldn't do. The descent took maybe 5 minutes. The sand was loose but manageable. The only sounds were the crunching under my boots and a distant cicada chorus rattling its dry, electric buzz. For a moment it even felt refreshing to walk in the shade of the ravine walls, the sun blocked just enough that the sweat on my neck cooled. When I hit the lowest point, I paused to take a drink, listening to the echo of cicadas bouncing strangely off the stone. I remember thinking that the acoustics felt wrong, deeper than they should have. Like the ravine was longer than it looked. Wider. Someone else might have ignored it, but I make a habit of noticing details. That's when I realized the echo came half a second too late, like the sound had traveled farther than the ravine actually stretched. I brushed it off. Heat can play tricks. Sound can bounce at odd angles. I reminded myself of those facts as I started climbing the opposite bank, planting my hands into the sandy ledges to pull myself upward. The climb wasn't steep, and I reached the top faster than I expected. And then everything went sideways. The moment I stood, breathing hard, brushing sand from my palms, I looked around and felt my stomach drop with a sudden, sickening twist. The landscape made no sense. It was the same terrain I'd come from, same basin, same general layout, but flipped. Mirrored. Like someone had folded the desert in half and laid it out wrong. A ridge that had been on my right was now on my left. A scatter of juniper shrubs I'd passed 10 minutes earlier sat arranged in the same pattern but reversed exactly, down to the bent branch on one. Even the wind seemed to come from the wrong direction. What had been a warm tailwind was now brushing my face. For a few seconds I thought I'd climbed out of the ravine in some diagonal I didn't notice. Maybe I'd drifted off course. Maybe fatigue had messed with my sense of direction. But then I turned around and saw the ravine itself, and that's what froze me. The ravine I climbed into sloped downward from south to north. The one behind me sloped downward from north to south. Same depth. Same contours. Same shape. Perfectly reversed. There is no natural formation in that region that behaves like a mirror duplicate. None. And I knew that. I stood there telling myself it had to be a coincidence, two similar ravines running in opposite directions, but the rationalization rang hollow even as I thought it. I had walked into one, climbed out the other, and the entire basin had swapped orientation around me. The air felt wrong too. Stagnant. Heavy. Like standing inside a room where somebody had just shut a door. I could hear the cicadas again, but their rattling sounded muted, as if filtering through thicker air. My breathing picked up. My pack felt suddenly too tight around my chest. I forced myself to set a marker. I picked up a small rock near my boot, scraped an X into its surface with my knife, and set it where I stood. "Stay calm," I muttered out loud. "Find the trail. You're not lost." Lost wasn't the right word, but admitting that out loud would have broken something in me. I walked forward, scanning for the trail I'd come off. The terrain should have sloped gently upward to the south, leading toward the main route. Instead, the incline matched the opposite direction. Every instinct I had, every map I'd studied, insisted the world was pointing the wrong way. After maybe 10 minutes, I spotted a faint track cutting across the flats. Relief hit me hard enough that my hands shook. I jogged toward it, nearly stumbling, eager for something familiar. When I reached it, I froze again. the footprints in the trail weren't from other hikers. They were mine. The tread matched the exact pattern on my boots. I checked twice, kneeling down to compare. But they were going the opposite direction from where I'd come. Not fresh either. Weathered slightly, like I had walked that way hours earlier. I didn't. I know what I've done today. I know where my feet have been. My throat tightened. I felt a pulse of adrenaline so sharp it made my fingertips tingle. Either I was making mistakes I had no memory of, or I was on someone else's trail, someone who wore my boots, walked like I walked, and passed through this basin before I arrived. And yet the depth of the prints matched my weight exactly. The wind shifted again, carrying a faint scent of dry iron. Not blood, just that mineral tang that sometimes rides the heat. But it felt like a warning, brushing past my cheek. I wanted to call for help right then. I really did. But the ranger station was too far, cell service spotty, and the idea of admitting I was lost in a place I knew so well felt humiliating and terrifying in equal measure. So I followed the prints. Because what else was I supposed to do? They led straight toward a rise in the sandstone, a low ridge I hadn't expected to see there. And as I climbed it, the light shifted again, subtly, but unmistakably, like the sun had moved several degrees in minutes. Something was wrong with time, or I was further along the trail than I believed, or... No! I kept walking. I wasn't ready to face the third option. Not yet. When I reached the ridge top, I looked down and saw the marker rock I had left behind, the one with the X carved into it, sitting 30 feet ahead of me, not behind. Which means I had circled back without turning. Which means the landscape had folded again. Which means I wasn't alone in whatever was happening. The sight of that marked rock sitting ahead of me, exactly where it couldn't be, punched the air out of my lungs. I stood there on the ridge, the heat baking the back of my neck, trying to force my brain to give me some explanation that didn't involve words like impossible. Maybe I'd misjudged the distance. Maybe there were two rocks that looked alike. Maybe the heat was messing with spatial perception. I repeated these thoughts over and over like a mantra, but the truth was simple. I had carved that X myself. The lines were unmistakably mine, too deliberate to be anything natural. I walked toward it slowly, each step measured like I was approaching something alive. When I crouched to inspect the rock, my stomach turned. The X wasn't just similar. It was identical, same depth, same uneven pressure stroke on the lower line where my knife slipped slightly. I brushed my thumb across it, feeling the groove. Fresh. Only minutes old. I didn't circle back. I know I didn't. I walked straight. The sun pressed down harder, a suffocating heat that made the air feel thick, as if the desert was trying to slow me. Sweat crawled down my spine, soaking into the waistband of my pack. I forced myself to stand, to breathe evenly, to turn slowly and take in the basin from this vantage. Everything looked familiar in the most unsettling way, a déjà vu overlay of the place I knew against the place I was standing in now. The juniper shrubs still formed the same mirrored pattern. The wind still brushed from the wrong direction. Even the cloudless sky above felt slightly off, the color a little washed out, like a photograph with the contrast dial too low. I picked a direction south, or what should have been south, and walked. I watched the shadows of the cliffs obsessively, because those couldn't lie. Shadows don't just shift without the sun moving. If I kept them on my left, I would be oriented correctly. 5 minutes in, the shadows were no longer on my left. They drifted behind me, subtle at first, then clearly, unmistakably wrong. The angle didn't match the time of day either. It suggested late afternoon when it was barely past 1. I stopped. I closed my eyes. I counted my breaths. When I opened them, the shadows hadn't moved back. I whispered, "Okay." Okay, this is heat. This is exhaustion. My voice shook. Something cracked softly behind me, the sound of a boot shifting on loose sandstone. I spun so fast my vision blurred, heart hammering, adrenaline surging so sharply that my knees went weak for a beat. The ridge behind me was empty. The ravine lay still. No movement. No animal darting through brush. No wind strong enough to disturb debris. But the sound was real. I know the difference between imagination and sound vibrating through rock. The desert has a very specific way of carrying noise, like it snaps into the air. This was solid. Human. Close. I told myself it could have been a settling rock. That happens. Heat expands stone. But I'd heard plenty of those before, and this one had weight behind it. And timing. Like someone had shifted their stance just after I turned away. I kept walking, faster now. My boots left clear prints in the sand, and I kept glancing back to confirm they were there. They were deep and precise. Good. Reality was still obeying some rules. But 20 minutes later, when I reached a slight dip in the basin and checked behind me again to confirm my trail, my stomach dropped. There were no footprints. The sand was pristine. Not wind-smoothed, untouched. Completely flat. I stared at the ground for a long time, struggling to process that. The sand was soft enough that even a lizard would have left tracks. My boots absolutely should have. I crouched and brushed my hand across the surface, half expecting it to behave strangely, but it felt normal. Grains cascading between my fingers. Ordinary sand. Ordinary desert. Except it had erased my existence. A wave of nausea rolled up my throat. I had to swallow twice before I could stand. I fumbled for my phone. No service expected, but infuriating. I opened the compass app next, desperate for something objective. The needle twitched, spun once, then stabilized, pointing east. Except east made no sense. The sun wasn't where it should be, but even accounting for that, the app showed the ridge running north-south when it ran east-west. I recalibrated the compass. Waved the phone in a figure-8 motion. Tried again. Still wrong. I laughed then. Short, dry, humorless. Because of course the compass was wrong too. Nature wasn't the only thing misaligned out here. The heat felt sharper now, not just temperature but pressure, like the air itself was leaning in. The cicadas were quieter than before, and the silence between their bursts stretched unnaturally long, like the sound was traveling through thicker air. My throat tightened again. I took a deep drink of water, though my hands were shaking so badly I spilled half down my shirt. I needed to reach high ground. That became my entire goal. If I could see the basin from above, I could realign myself, find the real trail, get out. There was a ridge about a quarter mile ahead, at least it looked like one. It should not have been there, but I wasn't in the mood to question geography anymore. Better to move than stand still. As I headed toward it, something else entered the edge of my perception. A faint crunching sound. Footsteps, matching my rhythm with a half-second delay. Light, cautious steps. I would walk 1, 2, 3, and then hear it 1, 2, a beat behind. I slowed. It slowed. I stopped. It stopped. I turned slowly. The basin stretched silent and empty, heat shimmering in waves. No movement. No animals. No wind. The silence pressed into my ears like cotton. I called out, "Hello?" The desert swallowed my voice instantly, no echo, like the air-consumed sound. That terrified me more than hearing an answer. I walked again, faster this time. The phantom footsteps followed again, half a beat behind, as if something was trying to match my pace but didn't want to be caught doing it. I reached the base of the ridge with adrenaline buzzing through every inch of me. My legs trembled from exertion and fear. I dropped my pack so I could climb easier and scrambled up the sandstone, fingers finding holes, boots scraping against rough surfaces. The climb wasn't difficult physically, but the weight of being watched, followed, made my chest hurt with every breath. Near the top, I paused to wipe sweat from my eyes. I made the mistake of glancing back. My pack was gone. I blinked. Hard. It wasn't where I dropped it. Not even footprints remained where I'd been standing seconds before. The ground was smooth, unmarred. "No," I whispered. "No, no, no." I climbed faster, panic pushing me upward. When I finally hauled myself over the ridge's lip and stood on flat rock, I felt a brief, dizzying wave of relief. Until I looked out over the basin and saw myself. Far below, standing exactly where I should have been, where I had been minutes earlier, was a figure. Same posture. Same clothes. Same hat. Same stance. Same pack at their feet. They lifted their heads slowly, like they'd been waiting for me to look. And even from that distance, I knew. They were looking straight at me. The figure below didn't move at first. They just stood there, perfectly still beside my pack, like a photograph printed onto the basin floor. The heat shimmer blurred their outline, but I could see enough: the familiar lean of the shoulders, the exact sun-bleached brim of my hat, the same faded gray of my shirt darkened with sweat, and the same pattern across the chest. Even the stance was mine, weight slightly on the right foot, left toes angled outward. I felt my pulse against my throat, sharp and uneven. "Hey!" I shouted down, the word tearing out of me before I could think. "Hey!" The desert swallowed my voice again. Not even a hint of echo. The figure didn't react. I cupped my hands around my mouth and tried again, louder. "Who are you?" This time the figure moved slowly, deliberately, lifting their head higher until I could see their face. And that was the worst moment of the entire day. I knew what I was about to see. My brain tried to warn me. Tried to convince me to look away. I didn't. The face was mine. Not similar, not close enough to be unsettling, but exact. Every contour, every shadow, even the small scar where I once caught the corner of a granite counter as a kid. They stared at me with my own eyes, squinting slightly the way I do when engaging distance. I stepped back instinctively, my heels skidding on the ridge's edge. A surge of vertigo hit me, and for a heartbeat I thought I would fall. I caught myself with both hands, fingers scraping rock, grit grinding under my nails. When I looked down again, the other me wasn't there. My pack was. Just the pack. Sitting exactly where I dropped it before climbing. My breathing turned ragged. I forced myself to blink, to wipe the sweat from my eyes, to steady my vision. The figure hadn't walked away, I would have seen movement. They hadn't sunk or dropped. They simply weren't there anymore, like the heat had burned them out of existence. But I couldn't think about that now. I needed my pack. It had my water, my backup battery, my locator beacon, useless without cell service, but still something. I needed anything that tied me back to reality. I started down the ridge, keeping one hand on the rock for balance. My legs trembled all the way down, not from exertion but from dread, as if the basin itself were waiting for me to reach the bottom. By the time my boots hit flat ground again, my shirt was soaked through, my mouth dry as chalk. I walked toward the pack slowly, every instinct screaming that I should turn around and run. But where would I run? The shadows were wrong, The compass was wrong. The ravines were wrong. The entire desert was rearranging itself in ways that defied logic. When I reached the pack, I crouched and touched one of the straps. It was hot. Too hot. Like it had been sitting in direct sunlight for hours, even though I'd dropped it in shade minutes earlier. The fabric was almost painful against my fingertips. I opened it cautiously, half expecting something inside to be missing or altered. Everything was there, exactly as I'd packed it. Except for one thing. My water bottle was half empty. I had barely taken 3 sips since the ravine. A sharp panic jolted through my ribs. Either I was losing time again, or someone had been drinking from it. I touched the rim of the bottle. Warm. Moist. Fresh. That was it. Something inside me broke then, not in a dramatic way, but quietly, like a rope wearing through. I should have run. I should have screamed. Instead, a strange clarity cut through the fear. I fastened my pack, slung it over my shoulders, and forced myself to stand tall. Enough, I whispered. I'm done letting this place move me around. I took out my map. Useless. I took out my phone. Still no service. The compass app needle drifted like it was floating on water. None of it mattered. I would pick a direction and walk until the landscape stopped bending. Until something real anchored me again. I chose west. Or what felt like west. The sun wasn't reliable, but the faint tug of wind on my left ear was. Earlier it had come from the wrong direction, now it brushed the way it should. That alone was enough to place a fragile trust in it. As I walked, the desert seemed to flatten out. The mirrored terrain pulled back into something more familiar, though still not entirely right. The cicadas grew louder again, rising in a dense metallic hum. I focused on that sound, letting it tether me. Normal. Real. Alive. 15 minutes passed. Maybe 20. And then, footsteps behind me. Not delayed this time. Perfectly matched. I didn't turn. I didn't speed up. I didn't acknowledge them. If the thing walking behind me wanted me to panic, I wasn't giving it that. I just kept moving, keeping the wind in my left, eyes fixed on the horizon. The footsteps followed. Calm, patient, mirroring each of mine exactly. Heel, toe. Heel, toe. Like an echo with weight. The ground began to slope upward. A ridge. A real ridge. I recognized the shape. Relief hit me so hard my knees nearly buckled. If I reached the top, I could see the highway in the distance. I knew it. I could feel it. Something in the world was lining itself up again. I climbed. The footsteps climbed behind me. Halfway up, a low rasping breath reached my ears, behind me, too close, too familiar. My breath. My exact rhythm. My exact sound. My chest tightened painfully. I kept climbing. At the crest, sunlight flared across the horizon. My eyes watered. The highway cut across the edge of the desert, faint, distant, but undeniably real. Real. Relief exploded in my chest. I turned around. No one stood behind me. The desert stretched quiet and empty. But my footprints were doubled. 2 set side by side mine, and another set identical in size, depth, and spacing. Every step I took had been mirrored. Perfectly. The second set ended 5 feet from me, like whatever made them had stopped abruptly and vanished. A breeze lifted, carrying that faint iron scent again, lighter this time, almost fading. I whispered, "You're not coming with me." The desert didn't answer. The wind shifted. The mirage-like shimmer along the basin floor flickered once, like a curtain being pulled back, and the terrain snapped into the correct alignment so suddenly that I staggered. Everything was normal. The ravines, the ridgeline, the distant flats, all back where they should be, as if the land had never moved at all. Only the second set of footprints remained in the sand below the ridge. I took a photo. Blurry. Unreliable. Probably useless to anyone but me. Then I turned toward the highway and walked. And for the first time that day, nothing followed. It took me 2 hours to reach my truck. I drove straight out of the basin without looking back. I've gone over every possible rational explanation. Heat stroke, dehydration, microsleep hallucinations, parallax errors. But none of those explain the footprints that matched mine stride for stride. None explain my pack disappearing and reappearing. None explain the mirrored landscape. Something walked with me that day. Something that knew how to step where I stepped, breathe how I breathed, move how I moved. And whatever it was, it stayed when I left. I just pray it doesn't find another shortcut out. My name is Lila Graves, and on the afternoon of June 18th, I entered a narrow corridor of pale birch trees in western Maine. The account that follows consists of 1,003 words. I hadn't planned on leaving the marked loop that day. The Birch Ridge Trail is short, just under 4 miles, and I'd done it something like a dozen times since moving to the area for seasonal survey work. I treated it like a routine reset, a quiet walk I could count on when my head felt overcrowded. That afternoon, the air smelled like warm sap and river mud, and the mosquitoes were out in lazy spirals instead of full-force swarms. A good day to get outside before the forecasted rain rolled in. It was around 2 in the afternoon when I noticed it, a thin line of white-barked birches, unnaturally straight, forming a sort of passage that ran perpendicular to the trail. Normally I would have ignored something like that. Odd tree formations aren't exactly rare in the Northeast, but something about the angle caught my eye. The corridor wasn't curved or sloped the way natural growth lines usually run. It was geometric, deliberate looking, almost like a property divider planted decades ago. And it led deeper into the woods, where I knew there were no structures, no logging roads, no maintained spurs. I slowed, thumb tapping against the strap of my pack, considering. The sensible part of me reminded myself I had work early the next morning, that stepping off trail was how people earn themselves SAR callouts or newspaper blurbs about local hiker goes missing near popular loop. The less sensible part, the curious one that had gotten me into trouble before, pushed back. You have a map. You have cell service. The weather's fine. You can walk 100 yards and look around and come right back. It only took that one moment of bargaining with myself before my foot was already angling off the dirt tread and onto the moss-soft forest floor. The first 20 feet were nothing special. Tall ferns, pockets of damp earth, the soft crackle of leftover leaf litter under my boots. Then I stepped fully between the first pair of birches, and the noise around me seemed to fall away. Not all at once, not like a switch being thrown, but like someone slowly lowering a dimmer on the entire soundscape. Bird calls softened. The steady hum of insects thinned to a murmur. Even the wind seemed to avoid the narrow birch line, as if it didn't want to cross the threshold. I stopped, shoulders lifting slightly, listening. There was no dramatic silence. Just rawness. A muffled quality, like my ears hadn't popped after a plane ride. Still, nothing supernatural. I reminded myself that birch stands can alter acoustics, that dense bark and straight rows can funnel or block sound. It happens. I went farther. The corridor led on in a perfectly straight line, maybe 5 or 6 feet wide, framed by those pale white trunks. They were all roughly the same age, thin, maybe 40 years old at most, and all evenly spaced, each about 2 or 3 steps apart. Someone had either planted them long ago or selectively cleared the surrounding growth to maintain this narrow alignment. That weirdly human touch made the hairs rise on my arms more than the silence did. I kept walking, telling myself I'd turn around at the first sign of slope or mud. I'd gone maybe 70 yards when the whisper came. It wasn't the kind of rustle you get from leaves brushing together or the hiss of wind catching dry bark. This was shaped. Intentional. A voice. A real human voice, quiet, close, and low enough that my brain interpreted it before my ears fully did. Lila. I froze mid-step, breath locking in my throat. The sound had come from behind me, or maybe just to my left, close enough that I felt the micro shiver of air near my cheek, though that might have been adrenaline lying to me. I turned quickly, scanning the birches, the underbrush, the emptiness between trunks. No movement. No crunch of branches. No person stepping into view with an apologetic wave. Hello? My voice sounded thin, cautious. Nothing. The first explanation that hit me was the most obvious. Someone else was out here. Maybe another hiker had followed me off trail, curious about the same birch alignment. Maybe they recognized me. It wasn't unrealistic, small town, familiar trails, one afternoon where we happened to overlap. But if they recognized me, why whisper? And how had they gotten close enough to say my name like that without making a sound while approaching? My heart thudded once, hard. I lifted my phone out of my pocket, checking the signal. 2 bars. Enough to call for help if I needed it, though calling 911 for someone whispered at me in the woods would make me a story for local rescue teams for the next decade. I turned in a slow circle. The corridor behind me looked exactly the same as the one ahead, white trunks, shadowed patches of moss, a narrowing line of forest that felt bizarrely straight. Is someone there? I tried again. If you need help, I can call someone. Still nothing. I swallowed, realizing the dryness in my throat wasn't from thirst. I wanted to believe it had been an auditory trick. Trees can echo strangely. My name is just 2 syllables. It's easy to mistake sounds for it, like wind slipping between branches or a bird call bending in the right frequency range. But no. I knew what I heard. It hadn't been distant or warped. It had been close, too close, like someone leaning in behind me. I made myself breathe slow, steady breaths. Panic in unfamiliar woods is how you get sloppy, and sloppy gets people hurt. I touched the compass clip to my pack strap, reassuring myself I was still oriented. The corridor ran roughly north-south, and the main trail was east. Go back, I told myself. Just turn around and go back. I started retracing my steps, eyes sweeping the area where the whisper had come from. Every few seconds, I paused to listen, expecting footsteps, movement, anything. What hit me instead was a different realization. The forest sounds hadn't returned. Even walking back toward the main trail, the quiet held around me like a sealed room. I picked up my pace. When I reached the point where I thought I'd stepped off the trail, I stopped. The undergrowth here looked disturbed from my boots, and the corridor still stretched on ahead. I turned right, expecting to see the faint brown tread of the Birch Ridge Loop. It wasn't there. There was only more forest, ferns, birches, patches of sunlight hitting leaf litter. I scanned the ground again. I knew I hadn't walked far. I should have been within 10 feet of the trail, maybe 15. But the earth in front of me was untouched. Did I veer slightly? Miss the angle? It wouldn't take much. I forced myself to slow down, breathe, and find the exact direction I'd come in from. Except, the disturbed leaf litter where I believe my boots had stepped looked less distinct now. Softer. less defined. As if it wasn't mine. As if someone else had stepped there after me. Or before. A prickle crawled up my spine. Lila. The whisper came again, closer this time. Much closer. The second whisper wasn't louder, but it was nearer, right at the edge of my personal space. The way someone sounds when they lean close enough for you to feel their breath even if you can't see them. I whipped around so fast my pack strap slid off my shoulder. The birch trunks blurred for a second before settling back into their pale vertical lines. No one stood there. I stepped back, my boots sinking slightly into soft moss. "Who's there?" I said, but the words came out too fast, too thin. My mind raced through ordinary explanations as quickly as panic tried to wedge itself between them. Someone was messing with me. Someone followed me into the corridor. Someone was hiding behind one of the birches, waiting for me to spook and run deeper in. A stranger. A local. A hiker. Someone who knew my name. None of those were impossible. None of them were supernatural. But none of them made the quiet feel any less wrong. I looked up at the canopy. The white birches thinned sunlight into pale strips that flickered on the forest floor. No dark figure crouched overhead. Nothing moved. Nothing shook a branch or stirred a leaf. It was like I'd stepped into the backstage of the forest and the world had forgotten to turn the sound back on. I forced myself to breathe slower. "Okay," I muttered to myself. "Someone's here. Someone said your name. That means they're human, they're physical, and they're not magic. So find them. Right. Find them." Except that's not what I wanted to do. What I wanted to do was get the hell out. So I kept moving, trying to relocate the trail, not running yet, but walking faster than felt safe on uneven ground. I kept glancing at the compass clipped to my pack strap. East. The trail had to be east. Maybe I'd misremembered my entry angle. Maybe the corridor curved slightly without me noticing. I stepped between two birches and stopped dead. There were footprints. Not mine. They were fresh, very fresh, edges crisp, leaf litter shifted aside, heel slightly deeper than the toe. A single boot print, angled like someone had stood there and pivoted. The depth matched an adult, maybe someone my size or slightly heavier. Then I saw the second one, half overlapping the first. A chill tapped down my back, one vertebra at a time. These prints weren't heading deeper into the woods. They were facing me. Someone standing here had been looking directly at the path I just walked. I crouched to get a better look, heart hammering. The sole pattern was generic, could have been anything from a mid-range hiking boot to a work boot. No brand logo. No distinctive tread. But the freshness of it, it shouldn't have been possible that I missed someone standing this close. Unless the person stepped away while I was turned, or while I was staring down the empty corridor, or while adrenaline narrowed my attention so fast I could have missed a full-grown adult ducking behind a birch trunk. I straightened slowly, scanning each narrow white column. The spacing between them was just wide enough to hide a person if they pressed flat against the bark. I forced myself to look at each trunk carefully. Nothing. No movement. No shadow of a shoulder or arm. I didn't whisper this time. I raised my voice. "I know you're there." The birches swallowed my words. They landed flat against the trunks and died there, as if the forest refused to echo anything I said. The quiet pressed tighter. My phone buzzed suddenly, nearly jumping out of my hand. I gasped before realizing it was just a vibration from a notification. The screen lit with a weather alert, rain expected earlier than forecast. Possible thunderstorms after 4 p.m. It was 2:41 p.m. Perfect. I shoved the phone into my pocket, but paused. What if I called someone right now? Not 911, but a normal contact. A friend. My supervisor. Anyone who could stay on the line. Except reception wasn't reliable out here, and if I walked while on the phone, the call could drop at the worst possible moment. Focus, Lila. Trail first. People later. I moved again, this time making sure to step wide around the footprints. I wasn't leaving mine on top of whoever's those were. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was contaminating a crime scene, though I had no proof of anything except one whispered name. 10 more yards. 20. The woods should have opened back up by now. But the corridor went on and on with the same eerie straightness. The same spacing. The same muted air. Then I saw something strange ahead, something that made me slow down without meaning to. The corridor abruptly shifted right. It wasn't a natural bend. The birches simply resumed in a sharp, unnatural angle, like someone had measured a turn and planted accordingly. It looked deliberate. Constructed. I stopped a few paces from it, staring. Someone had made this. Maybe decades ago. Maybe recently. And I didn't want to find out which. Behind me, leaves rustled. Not softly. Not subtly. A clear, deliberate step. I spun around so fast my vision blurred. Don't, I choked out, arm going half up between me and the birches. Just don't. Nothing moved. But the sound had been real. A step has weight, rhythm, intent. It wasn't a squirrel or a bird or the wind. It had been a person. Who are you? My voice cracked, humiliatingly thin. Why are you messing with me? Silence again. I felt trapped between the decision to flee blindly and the dread of turning my back on whoever was behind me. Standing here wasn't safe. Moving wasn't safe. I didn't want to choose wrong. I backed up slowly toward the angled turn in the corridor, keeping my eyes locked ahead. Step by step. Watching. Listening. Trying not to trip. My heel brushed something. I glanced down. Another footprint. This one was different. It pointed the same direction I was moving. But the strangest part wasn't the orientation. It overlapped mine. Exactly. Heel to heel. Toe to toe. As if someone had stepped directly where I stepped, matching my stride perfectly, maybe seconds after I passed through. My stomach dropped so fast I felt dizzy. That meant someone had been behind me since before the whisper, close enough to walk in my footprints. Close enough to know my pace. Close enough to hear me breathing. Close enough to whisper my name. I staggered back from the overlapping print like it was a snake. I didn't care if I looked terrified. I was terrified. A soft snap cracked behind me. A twig. Not ahead. Not beside. Directly behind my left shoulder. I didn't think. I bolted. I ran down the angled turn of the birch corridor, breath tearing out of me, branches smacking my arms. I didn't care that running off trail was dangerous. I didn't care that I could twist an ankle or hit a deadfall. I needed out. I needed noise. I needed space. Behind me, I heard it. Footsteps. Real. Heavy. Fast. Someone was running after me. The sound of footsteps behind me hit like a jolt of electricity and shoved me into a full sprint. I didn't look back. I didn't want to know how close they were. My breath rasped too loudly in my ears, my pack thumping against my spine with every stride. The corridor's perfect birch lines blurred into white streaks as I tore through them, boots pounding soft earth and tangled roots. The turn ended abruptly, so abruptly I almost slammed straight into the next row of birches. I swerved hard, skidding on damp leaves, and nearly toppled sideways. My ankle twisted, pain needling up my calf, but I pushed off and kept running. The footsteps behind me didn't fade. They didn't grow louder either, which might have been worse. They stayed exactly the same distance, like whoever was chasing me didn't have to work as hard as I did. I reached a cluster of ferns and shoved through, ducking under a fallen limb. Branch tips scratched my cheek. A birch trunk whipped past my shoulder. I angled right, then left, but the corridor never seemed to end. No matter how fast I ran or how sharply I cut, the pale walls of birch stayed locked in around me. "Stop," a voice shouted. Now a whisper this time. A human voice, male, mid-range, strained like he was pushing to keep up. That stopped my heart cold for half a second. Whoever he wasn't trying to scare me silently anymore. He wanted me to hear him. I didn't know if that was better or worse. I didn't stop running. The corridor finally widened a little, and for a second I thought I saw an opening between the birches, an honest-to-God break, where the forest beyond looked normal again. Sunlight fell whiter there, catching on maple leaves and darker trunks. I sprinted for it. But when I reached the opening, it wasn't an exit. It was a clearing. A small one. And the corridor continued from the opposite side, a straight line of pale trees identical to the one behind me, funneling deeper into the woods. My legs nearly buckled. The footsteps behind me slowed. I grabbed the nearest birch trunk, panting hard, forcing myself to turn around. There was no one there. The corridor behind me was empty, just white trunks fading into stillness. No movement. No man. No shadow. Nothing. But I had heard him. That wasn't in my head. Running footsteps have mass, weight, rhythm. Humans are loud in the woods, even when they try not to be. I knew what I heard. I swallowed a rising wave of nausea and reached for my phone with trembling fingers. One bar of service flickered on, then off. I tried again. Call failed. I stepped backward, away from the corridor mouth, and found myself nearly stumbling over something on the ground. A boot print. Fresh. Deep. Facing the direction I'd come from. My lungs tightened. I scanned the ground. Another print lay a few feet away. And another. They didn't match my boot tread. Someone had been standing right here. Recently. Very recently. I turned a slow circle, heart thudding so loud I felt it in my gums. The clearing wasn't large, maybe 20 feet across, but the leaf litter was disturbed in multiple places. Not like a struggle, but like someone had been pacing, walking in circles, or waiting. It hit me then. I wasn't the first person to stand in this clearing. Whoever whispered my name had been here earlier. Maybe minutes earlier. Maybe they were still here now. Every instinct in me screamed to leave, not through the corridor, but somewhere, anywhere else. The corridor felt like a funnel, a trapdoor disguised as a forest path. I looked for another direction, scanning the trees that weren't birches, the natural woods with their uneven trunks and mixed growth. I picked the spot that looked least dense and pushed through. Branches snapped against my arms. Twigs clawed at my pack. Underbrush tugged my pants. But I forced my way in, desperate to break the corridor's perfect geometry. I needed to feel the forest acting like a forest again. 10 feet in, the quiet shifted. At first I couldn't tell what changed, but then it clicked. Sound was returning. Lightly, a faint rustle of wind through leaves. A distant chickadee call. The droning hum of a mosquito near my elbow. Normal forest noise. The absence of noise had been so total in the corridor that the return of tiny, familiar sounds hit me like a wave of relief. I shoved farther, angling east, forcing myself to trust the compass. The woods thickened, then thinned, then thickened again. I tripped twice, knees slamming into damp earth, but I kept moving. Then, after maybe a minute of fighting through mixed undergrowth, I saw it. A blaze. A small rectangular strip of blue paint on a pine tree. My throat tightened with raw, grateful disbelief. A trail marker. A real, honest marker. I staggered toward it, nearly laughing with relief, except nothing about the situation felt funny. I followed the blaze until a second one came into view. And then the outline of a dirt tread emerged beneath scattered leaves. The official trail. The Birch Ridge Loop. I recognized the curve. This was the eastern section, about a mile from the trailhead. Finally. I stepped onto the trail and didn't stop moving. My legs felt weak, floaty, like the adrenaline had burned through everything but instinct. I kept turning around even though I didn't want to, but the woods behind me stayed empty. At least visually. Halfway down the trail, the sky darkened. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The forecast had been right, storms were coming early. The wind picked up, rattling the canopy with a sound that, for once, didn't feel eerie. By the time I reached the small footbridge near the parking lot, the first drops hit. Heavy, cold. I crossed the bridge fast, boots thumping the wooden planks. Someone stood at the trailhead. A man. Mid-30s maybe. Dark jacket. Hood down. Hands in his pockets. He wasn't blocking the trail, but he wasn't pretending not to watch me either. My blood iced. He wasn't tall, but he stood like someone confident in their space, feet apart slightly, shoulders relaxed, gaze fixed on me. Not a stranger lost in thought. Not a casual hiker waiting for friends. He was waiting for me. I slowed but couldn't stop. Stopping would confess fear. Stopping would give him a moment to decide what to do next. When I got close, he tilted his head. "You drop this," he said. His tone was calm. Normal. Too normal. I forced myself to look at what he held. A compass. Not mine, but the same model. Same brand. Same orange lanyard. Except the plastic casing was cracked along one edge as if someone had stepped on it. Hard. He extended it toward me. "I found it in the birches," he said. My stomach twisted. I didn't drop anything. He smiled faintly. "You sure?" I didn't take the compass. He let the hand fall slowly but didn't step aside. Rain started coming down harder, tapping his jacket, streaking across his hair. "You shouldn't go off trail out there," he said. "Not alone." His voice. It was him. The whisper. The shout. I knew it instantly. My heart slammed so hard I felt dizzy. I stepped around him without answering. He didn't move to block me. He didn't follow. He just stood there, rain running down his face, holding a cracked compass that wasn't mine. I didn't breathe again until I was locked inside my car. I didn't start the engine until I checked every mirror twice. I didn't sleep that night, because the corridor didn't scare me the most. What scared me most was knowing that the whisperer wasn't a ghost or a hallucination or a trick of the birch acoustics. He was real. He was human. And he knew my name. My name is Adam Cross, and the events I am about to recount occurred over the course of a single afternoon in the Front Range of Colorado, on a ridge spur that should not have been dangerous, let alone memorable. I have hiked that region for more than a decade, including off-trail talus slopes and exposed scrambles that make far more sense to fear. What happened that day was not supernatural, nor impossible, nor even dramatic in the way people like to describe mountain accidents, yet it has remained with me with a weight I still can't shake. The truth is that I misread the terrain, underestimated fatigue, and failed to trust my immediate senses when I felt something was wrong. The result was a near miss that could have quietly erased me without a sound. The detour began because I wanted to save time. I should have stuck to the established trail cutting beneath the ridge, a contour-lined path that wraps predictably around the slope. But the ridge above it was clean, wide, and seemed to offer a quicker line. I'd done shortcuts like that hundreds of times, small deviations to ascend or descend more directly. I thought nothing of starting up toward it, using my pulse to steady myself on the firm ground. From below, the ridge looked straightforward. A wide crest of scattered boulders, maybe 20 or 30 feet across, with patches of alpine grass and a few early summer snowmelt rivulets carving shallow trenches. Nothing steep enough to be scrambling, just a messy but manageable rock garden. I remember thinking it was the kind of place marmots sun themselves where hikers stopped to eat lunch. The first thing that gave me pause wasn't the rocks. It was the wind, or rather, the sudden absence of it. I'd been feeling steady gusts for most of the ascent, but as soon as I came within a few yards of the ridge's crown, the air turned still. I paused, partly because I liked how quiet it became, but also because I felt pressure in my ears, the sort you'd expect before a storm. I told myself it was nothing, just the shape of the ridge blocking the crosswind. Still, the shift unsettled me, enough that I slowed down, letting my steps become intentional. I stopped a few feet shy of the boulder cluster that lined the crest. From this angle, the rock arrangement looked different than from below. Not dramatically different, just off. Like the larger granite slabs leaned together at slightly steeper angles, and gaps I'd expected to step through were narrower than they had appeared. I chalked it up to elevation viewpoint distortion and pushed forward, stepping onto the first flat stone. The moment my weight settled, I felt the smallest vibration beneath my boot. My heart jumped. I shifted back immediately, testing the stone with only my toe. It didn't rock or move, but the talus beside it rolled slightly, small pieces clicking together. Normal. Completely normal on a ridge of unconsolidated granite. But the sense that the ground wasn't as stable as it pretended to be didn't leave me. I moved forward again, weaving slowly between stones, checking each one before committing my weight. It wasn't until I reached a narrow pinch point that I froze. When I'd looked at the ridge from below, I remembered seeing an open, gently sloping break between two boulders, a natural ramp. But here, the gap between them was no wider than my shoulders, and choked with loose rock. Had I really misjudged it that badly? Maybe the angle from below had created an illusion of openness. Either way, I didn't like the idea of squeezing through unstable rock. I stepped back, reconsidering. The main trail was still within sight. I could descend easily and abandon the ridge entirely. But of course, I didn't. Hikers underestimate erosion, settling, slope creep, all the subtle forces that shift boulders over months and years. The landscape changes without asking permission. I told myself that was all I was seeing. Nothing was moving. Nothing was rearranging. I was just tired, hungry, and too eager to reach the ridge quickly. I picked a new line, skirting left to bypass the pinch point. It required stepping up onto a larger slab, one waist high, with a slanted top surface. I planted one pole, tested the slab, pressed down, then hoisted myself up. The slab tilted. Not much, maybe half a centimeter, but enough that I felt it. enough that I instantly dropped back to the lower rock. My pulse spiked hard. A slab that size shouldn't shift with a single person's weight. Not unless it was perched precariously on smaller rocks or the slope beneath it was hollow. I crouched, gripping my pole harder than necessary, examining the slab's base. Beneath it were 3 smaller stones, triangular, rounded, and one nearly spherical, and all lightly dusted with gravel that looked as though it had been recently disturbed. Recent rock movement, then. Maybe freeze-thaw cycles. Maybe runoff. But the thing that really bothered me was the surface dust pattern. The top of the slab was cleaner in a semicircular patch, like something had already slid across it earlier. I stood still, listening. Nothing. Not even birds. I went to step back from the slab when a dull thud sounded farther up the ridge, an unmistakable knock of rock against rock. My head snapped toward it, adrenaline going off like a spark. Another knock followed, softer, almost muffled. I scanned the ridge. Nothing moved. No animal darted between stones. No climber or hiker stood there. The place was barren. But then the sound came again, this time behind me. I spun around so fast I nearly slipped. My boots scraped granite. My pack shifted. My heart hammered. Again, nothing visibly moved. But the rock arrangement behind me looked different. Not dramatically, not impossibly. Just slightly altered. A stone I could swear had been upright was now tilted. A small stack of fist-sized rocks I thought I'd seen near the right edge sat a few feet to the left. Or maybe they'd always been like that and I hadn't been paying enough attention. I tried to steady my breathing. The mind plays tricks in disordered terrain. Humans are terrible at tracking subtle spatial relationships. Still, the unease sank deeper. I backed away carefully, deciding I had enough of the ridge. Time lost or not, I could return to the trail. I turned toward my descent line and froze again. Someone had been up here recently. Boot prints. Fresh boot prints. Not crisp like in mud, but visible in disturbed dust and shifted pebbles, leading along the ridge crest. Not mine. Different tread. And they weren't heading toward me. They were heading away fast, uneven, and toward the spot where I'd heard the first thud. I followed the line with my eyes, and at the end of the visible prints, behind a large leaning boulder, something dark moved out of sight. Not a rock. Not a shadow. Something alive. I felt the hairs on my neck stand straight. I wasn't alone up here. And whoever was on that ridge wasn't hiking. They were hiding. The moment I realized the prints weren't mine, every instinct I had screamed to get off that ridge as quickly and as quietly as possible. But rushing on unstable rocks is asking to break an ankle, so I forced myself to move slowly, breathing through the pressure building in my chest. Whoever those prints belonged to had been close enough to hear me. Maybe close enough to watch me the whole time without me knowing. I took a short step backward, placing my boot in a depression that already existed so I wouldn't dislodge anything. The slope below wasn't far, maybe 20 or 30 feet of descent before returning to stable trail. If I stayed calm, I could be off the ridge in minutes. The dark shape behind the leaning boulder didn't reappear, but the fact that it had ducked away rather than approach told me everything I needed. This wasn't a fellow hiker trying to say hello. This was someone avoiding me. Someone who didn't want to be seen. I angled my body downhill slightly and eased around a rock cluster, looking for the cleanest descent line. I spotted a run of firm stones, lightly dusted, no loose talus ideal to step on. My pulse clicked lightly against the granite as I moved. Too loudly. The sound bounced in the still air like a signal. A scraping sound followed from above. Not sliding rock. Not natural fall. controlled movement. Someone shifting their weight. I didn't look back. I kept my eyes on the descent line, but my pulse thudded in my ears so hard it felt like I wouldn't hear anything else. The key was not to trip. Not to panic. Just get down. 5 steps later, I risked a glance behind me. A figure was now visible, not fully, just a sliver of clothing through 2 boulders. Gray, maybe. Fabric. A jacket sleeve. It disappeared again, as quick as a blink. They were following me. My throat tightened, but I kept moving. I wanted to call out something neutral. Hey, you okay? The kind of thing you'd say to a hiker who might be hurt or lost. But everything about the ridge, the silence, the fresh prints, the hiding, told me this wasn't someone who wanted help. Another scrape came from behind, louder this time. A rock shifted, tumbling down, skipping once, then settling with a soft clatter. That wasn't an accident. I angled sharply left to a more direct line, even though it meant stepping through a narrower notch. The boulders here were darker granite, coated with old lichen. Less dust. Less recent disturbance. Better. My foot touched the next slab, and I felt a faint tremor. Not the slab itself, but the one beside it. Vibrations through the stone. Someone else stepping on the ridge. They were closing the distance. I sped up as much as I safely could, half walking, half controlled sliding. My boots scuffed dust into the air. A few rocks clattered behind me in response, closer than before. Then a voice. Not a word. Not even a full sound. Just a low, strained exhale, like someone trying not to breathe too loudly, but failing. It was less than 20 feet behind me. I didn't look. I couldn't. Every time I glanced back, the ridge shape changed subtly. Stones never where I expected. That wasn't magic, it was stress, adrenaline, deteriorating spatial memory. Turning around now would only risk misjudging a foothold. The trail was coming into view below, flat, recognizable, safe. I could see the beige path cutting across the slope like a lifeline. Another 20 steps and I'd be clear. I picked up speed. Another sound this time, a boot grinding hard into rock as the person above slipped or lunged. A curse followed it. Male voice. Mid-range. Not loud. Not angry. Just breathless. I kept my eyes on the line ahead. A small cascade of stones tumbled down behind me, bouncing once, then scattering across the slope. Fast. That meant the movement above had dislodged a larger patch of loose rock. They weren't following slowly anymore. They were rushing. I hit the last 5 feet of the ridge at a half jog, using my pulse to stabilize my landing as I reached the softer soil below. My legs jolted at the change in terrain, but the ground held firm. I didn't stop moving, didn't even slow, following the trail to the right to create distance. Only when I put 50 feet between myself and the ridge's base did I turn around. The top of the ridge was still. No figure. No movement. Just silence. But the rocks, they were different again. Or maybe not. It could have been another illusion, another symptom of panic. The big slab I tested earlier looked more upright. The leaning rock I'd seen the figure behind seemed to tilt in the opposite direction now. But I knew better than to trust any of it. I scanned every visible gap. Every shadow. Nothing. I swallowed, trying to steady my breathing. I should have kept walking. I should have put more distance between us. But I couldn't shake the idea that the person was still there, still watching, deciding whether to follow me down. I raised my voice, not shouting, but firm. Hey! If you need help, I can call someone. No answer. Only the faintest crunch of gravel from above, so light I couldn't be sure it wasn't settling rock. I took 3 steps backward down the trail, eyes still glued to the ridge. Then, finally, I saw him. A man stepped just barely into view behind one of the upper boulders. Not close enough to show his face, but close enough that I could see the outline of his shoulders, the curve of his pack. He wasn't dressed like a day hiker. His clothes were too heavy, mismatched layers, worn fabric. And he wasn't standing like someone trying to find their footing. He was standing perfectly still, watching me. I didn't move. Neither did he. We stared at each other across the distance. I couldn't see his eyes, but I felt them lock on me. Not curious. Not confused. Calculating. There was something off about his stance, nothing supernatural, just human and wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. Like he was weighing whether the distance between us was surmountable. I stepped back again. He shifted a foot forward. Just 1 step, deliberate. That was enough. I turned and walked fast down the trail, refusing to run only because running might provoke a chase. My pulse clicked rapidly against the dirt, pushing me forward. I didn't look back for at least a minute, maybe longer. When I finally risked a glance, the ridge was still. Empty. But I knew he was there, hidden again behind the stones. I wasn't imagining him. I hadn't misinterpreted anything. Someone had been up there, following me, timing their movements with mine, watching from blind spots in the rock. And now that I was off the ridge, the question hit me with a cold clarity that hollowed out my chest. If he'd been up there before I arrived, and those fresh prints were his, where was he going? And why had he been moving so fast along the ridge crest? What was he running from? I kept my pace steady for as long as I could, resisting every urge to break into a run. The trail ahead curved through a patch of scrub pine, thin enough to see through in places but dense enough to hide someone if they moved low and quiet. I watched every gap between the branches as I passed, my breath tight and shallow, convinced at any moment I'd see that man stepping out from behind one of the trees. The air remained unnervingly calm, no wind, no bird calls. I could hear my boots crunching every pebble on the trail. My pulse clicked like nervous ticks. I hated how loud everything felt, how easily my sounds could carry. When I reached the first bend that blocked my view of the ridge, I finally sped up, letting my steps fall harder. I didn't care about stealth anymore. I cared about distance. The more of it I put between myself and the ridge, the better. But I couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't done with me yet, that I'd somehow walked into something he didn't want witnessed. Half a mile down, I forced myself to stop and listen. The trail stretched empty in both directions. No footsteps behind me. No breathing. No rocks tumbling. I crouched beside a juniper, trying to slow my pulse. My hands were shaking. Not violently, but enough that when I tightened my grip on my poles, I could feel the tremor in my fingers. I considered calling for help. But what would I even say? That someone followed me on a ridge? That he hid behind rocks? That he watched me? Nothing technically illegal had happened. And reception in that part of the Front Range was spotty at best. I pulled out my phone anyway. 1 bar. Then none. Then 1 again. Not good, but maybe enough for a text. Before I could try, a sound drifted up the trail, soft, steady, rhythmic. Footsteps. Light ones. Someone walking at a controlled pace. Not rushing. Not stumbling. Approaching. I shoved my phone into my pocket and stood, heart pounding harder than it had on the ridge. I stepped behind the juniper's trunk, angling myself so I could see the trail without being fully exposed. The footsteps drew closer. A figure appeared around the bend. But it wasn't him. A woman in her 50s, carrying trekking poles and a bright orange pack, humming lightly under her breath. She paused when she saw me half hidden behind the tree. "Everything all right?" she asked, friendly, unaware of the tension wound through my body like a spring. I stepped out quickly, too quickly, and she flinched before recovering. "Sorry," I said. Yeah, I'm okay. Just needed a break." "Long climb up there," she said, nodding toward the ridge. "Beautiful, though." Beautiful wasn't the word I would have used. But I forced a smile and nodded back. "You see anyone else up there?" I asked, trying to sound casual. She shook her head. "Not a soul. Didn't think anyone else was on the ridge today." There was no way she could have missed him if she'd been anywhere near the crest when he was there. Unless he'd gone the opposite direction along the ridge. Or down some other slope. Or unless he'd hidden intentionally, avoiding her like he'd avoided me. "Why?" she asked, noticing something in my expression. I hesitated. I didn't want to scare a stranger on a peaceful hike. But the truth itched at me, heavy and insistent. "I thought someone might be following me," I said carefully. Not aggressively. Just appearing and disappearing behind rocks. Her face softened the way people do when they think you're spooked for no reason. "This terrain can play tricks on you," she said. "Shadows, angles, your breathing in your ears. Happens to everyone." I nodded automatically but didn't believe a word. She tapped one of her trekking poles against the ground. "You heading down to the trailhead?" "Yeah." "Mind if I walk with you a bit?" she asked. Safety in numbers, right? I didn't want to admit how relieved I felt. "Sure," I said. We walked together, and her presence eased some of the tension coiled inside me. She chatted lightly about flowers blooming lower on the trail, about the dry season, about a volunteer project she was part of. I answered when needed but kept glancing over my shoulder. After about 10 minutes, something nagged at me. Her pace was steady. Too steady. She wasn't winded. She wasn't sweating. Her boots were clean for someone who claimed to have just come from the ridge. I slowed. She noticed immediately. "You okay?" she asked. "Which direction did you come from again?" I said. She gestured vaguely upward. "From the ridge." "Which part of it?" She blinked. "The north end." That wasn't possible. The north end was solid rock with barely enough space to walk single file, let alone pass without leaving visible prints. And she would have had to descend the exact line I'd use, the only safe one on that slope. Except her boots had no dust. No scuffs. My stomach tightened. "Why?" she asked again, her tone shifting slightly, not hostile, but wary. I opened my mouth to answer, but a sound cut through the silence behind us. A single sharp rock strike. Not on the trail. Above us. On the ridge. We both turned. And there, just briefly, was the man. Standing fully in view this time, unmistakable against the sky. Not hiding. Not crouching. Watching. Then he stepped back behind the boulders as if sinking into them. The woman beside me inhaled sharply. "You saw him?" I asked, voice low. "Yes," she whispered. Relief and fear collided in my chest. At least I wasn't imagining things. She looked down the trail, then back toward the ridge. "We should move." We did. Fast. Our pace nearly doubled, half walking, half jogging. I kept glancing behind, expecting to see the man descending the slope, but he remained out of sight. I couldn't tell whether that was better or worse. A quarter mile down, we reached a fork, one path leading to the main trailhead, the other to a service road used by rangers. The woman hesitated. "I parked near the service road," she said. "You?" "The trailhead," I replied. She nodded. "It's safer if we stay together a little longer." But something in her expression told me she didn't want to split up either. We continued toward the service road. It was closer, and right now closer meant safer. My heartbeat had finally begun to settle when the woman stopped abruptly, holding up a hand. Tracks. Not animal. Not ours. Fresh prints crossing the trail. Heading downhill. Heading the same direction we were. My throat tightened. "He's ahead of us," she said quietly. I scanned the trail, looking for movement, shadows, anything. Nothing but trees and open dirt. "Maybe they're old," I said, though I didn't believe it. "They weren't here when I came up," she replied. That sent a cold pulse through my chest. We turned around immediately. Back up the trail. Back toward the ridge. It felt wrong, but so did walking towards someone who'd been stalking us from above. We headed toward the fork again, toward the trailhead this time. We covered maybe 100 yards when I heard it again. A footstep. Off trail. Not far. Then another. Opposite side. Someone pacing us from the woods. My skin prickled. The woman whispered, "Don't run. Just keep going." But I couldn't help it. I lengthened my stride, inching toward a jog. My legs shook with adrenaline. The woman kept pace beside me, breathing hard now. A final bend, and the trailhead came into view. Cars, gravel lot, the distant clatter of someone loading gear. We broke into a run. When we reached the open space, I spun around immediately, scanning the tree line. Nothing. Stillness. As if the woods had swallowed every trace of movement. The woman grabbed my arm. "He's not going to follow us out here." I wanted to believe her. I really did. We walked to the lot together. She pointed me toward my car, then headed toward hers. Before she climbed in, she turned back. "You weren't imagining it," she said. "Be careful on ridges." Then she got in her car and drove off. I stood there for a long time, trying to process everything. Eventually, I got in my own car, hands still trembling, and left the trailhead. When I reached the highway, I finally checked my phone. One new message. Unknown number. A single sentence. "You shouldn't have taken the ridge." I pulled over immediately, heart hammering, staring at the screen. There was no way he got my number. Unless he wasn't following me. Unless he was waiting for me. And the ridge was never the danger. It was just the first place he made sure I saw him. My name is Sienna Blake, a 32-year-old environmental survey technician contracted with the Tennessee Division of Forestry, and the events I'm about to recount took place over the course of a single October afternoon. I include my name and role here for clarity, not dramatics, because I want the record to be exact. Everything happened between 1:10 p.m. and approximately 3:40 p.m. during a standard solo survey of a managed loop trail not far from Fall Creek Falls State Park. I remember the light being oddly flat that day, bright but without depth, like the sun had diffused behind a thin white veil. The main loop was familiar terrain, well-traveled, clean, and wide, its dirt packed by thousands of boots. My job was simple: check storm runoff points, confirm flagged trees from the previous month's inspection, upload coordinates, and made sure nothing had collapsed across the route. It was the kind of assignment I usually did with autopilot efficiency. The first strange detail was small enough that I mentally brushed it aside. A narrow offshoot, almost hidden under brush, angled away from the main loop somewhere between markers 3 and 4. At first, I thought maybe it was just water-cut erosion or a game trail. But the dirt had a slightly flattened path, subtle, faint, as if only a handful of people had walked it recently. It wasn't on any route notes. It wasn't on any map I'd ever worked with. And it definitely wasn't a sanctioned loop. Still, curiosity flared, the kind that can nibble at your professionalism but doesn't feel dangerous. I stood there for a moment, double-checking the GPS and scanning the surrounding forest. Quiet. Normal. Temperatures in the low 70s. A few dry leaves skittering here and there across the ground. No reason to feel unsettled. The spur trail curved left behind a cluster of mountain laurel. I hesitated. I'm supposed to log deviations, sure, but detouring wasn't forbidden. If anything, finding an unauthorized path would be useful information to report. 5 minutes, I told myself. Just 5 minutes to see where it leads. As soon as I stepped off the main loop, the air changed, still warm, still quiet, but heavier somehow. The forest's usual layered soundscape thinned out until all I could hear was my own footsteps and the intermittent brush of branches against my pack. Nothing overtly strange, nothing that set off alarms. Just an odd, low-pressure hush. The narrow path worked deeper into the trees, weaving between dense undergrowth. It bent sharply 3 times, once left, then right, then left again, as if following an invisible contour, something molded into the landscape long before it was trampled into a trail. I paused at the third bend. The dirt was disturbed ahead of me. Footprints. Not just random scuffs. Boot prints. A single pair. Clean, deliberate, recent. The tread pattern looked familiar. 7 chevron Vibram sole, medium depth lugs. The kind sold standard on most forestry boots. The same boots I was wearing. At first, I assumed it was coincidence. Lots of field workers use the same brand. Perfectly sensible. But something about the angle of the prints, the direction they faced, pinched at the base of my spine. They weren't behind me. They were in front of me. Already ahead, already following the curve I hadn't yet taken. I crouched, lowering myself to examine the impressions. Moisture content in the soil suggested they had been made within the last hour. The stride length matched mine almost exactly. Even the depth, how far the heel compressed the soft dirt, was nearly identical to my own footfall pressure. But the forest was totally silent. Nobody moved ahead of me. No shifting leaves, no snapping twigs, no rustle of clothing. If someone were close, I would have heard them. I'd spent a decade in these environments. I know how far sound carries. I stood again, pulse flattening into a slow, steady pound on my collarbone. I told myself it was simple. Some other worker must have surveyed this section earlier today. Maybe I missed the note. Maybe someone was out here without logging it, which wouldn't be ideal but wasn't unheard of. Still, I called out. Hello? My voice cracked the air, sharp, too loud. It hit the silence like a thrown stone. Nothing answered. I cleared my throat and tried again. Division Forestry. Anyone up ahead? No response. I checked the time. I'd been on the spur for only 4 minutes. I could still turn back, write it up, and recommend someone else handle it. But something about the prints was pushing me forward. If someone unauthorized had cut a path through a protected area, that was a real concern. So I followed. The prints continued another 50 feet, then curved around the base of a large sycamore. The bark peeled in long, ghost-colored strips that rustled faintly even though there was no wind. I stepped lightly, instinctively more cautious now. As I rounded the tree, a strange sensation swept over me, like stepping through a pocket of stale, cold air. The trail opened into a short straightaway. The brush closed in tighter, branches arched overhead like a tunnel, casting more shadow. And that's when I saw them. My own prints. Again. Not the same set I'd been following, they were farther ahead, leading forward, the same direction I was walking. But now there was a second set beside them, slightly offset, as if the same person had walked the trail twice, minutes apart. I felt something crawl under my skin then. A prickle of warning. My breath came short for a moment before I steadied myself. Maybe the soil composition here was just producing unusually crisp impressions. Maybe someone else wore the same boots and happened to walk both directions. Maybe I was misreading the layering. But I knew I wasn't. Because one print had a tiny detail that made my scalp tighten. A chip on the outer heel of the left boot. A distinctive shape, half-moon curve, about a centimeter long, something I'd done last month scrambling over river rock. It was there in the print. The exact same chip. I froze. Every explanation I had evaporated. My hands grew uncomfortably warm despite the cool pocket of air around me. My throat felt dry, like inhaling dust. I checked behind me. My own boot prints trailed neatly back the way I'd come. Nothing odd. Nothing duplicated. No one approaching. But ahead, my path was already walked. By me. Or someone wearing my exact boots with my exact damage pattern. I swallowed hard, hearing the sound of my own breath too clearly in my ears. I didn't like the feeling growing in my gut, an acute, instinctive tug toward leaving. Not panic. Something quieter. Something colder. An internal pressure telling me the forest wasn't behaving like a forest anymore. I took a single step forward, intending to get a closer look. And that was when the trail bent again, just enough that the prints vanished from sight behind another curve. A patch of silence followed, heavier than before, like the air was waiting to see what I'd do next. I hadn't been out here 10 minutes yet, but something had already gotten ahead of me. I stayed still longer than I'd like to admit, one foot half lifted, forcing myself not to take that step forward just because the trail curved out of sight. The forest around me felt wrong in a way I couldn't name. Not supernatural, nothing dramatic like that, but wrong the way a house feels when you walk in and immediately know someone has been inside while you were gone. A small, electric unease that doesn't shout. It just sits inside your ribcage and waits. I made myself breathe evenly as I rounded the bend. The trail narrowed even more here, squeezed by thick tangles of rhododendron. A strip of sunlight managed to penetrate the canopy above, landing across the dirt in a pale, slanted line. I followed it with my eyes, tracing where it illuminated the next set of prints. Still mine. Still ahead of me. Still fresh. They continued straight for another 20 or 30 feet, then veered suddenly into a patch of leaves where the ground was softer. The impressions there were even clearer, perfect little snapshots of the moment someone with my exact weight had stepped there minutes before. I felt pressure rising in my chest, a slow tightening. I wasn't imagining this. I wasn't confusing them. There was no ambiguity left. And the thing is, my mind didn't leap to anything supernatural. It leapt to something far more grounded and far more unnerving. Someone was messing with me. Someone had followed me out here, gotten ahead of me somehow, and was deliberately creating prints designed to match mine. I ran through possibilities: another hiker, a poacher, a vagrant, someone living off-grid with access to forestry boots, someone who had noticed a woman alone on the trail and decided to toy with her. Every scenario was bad. I reached for my radio, thumbed the power button, and got nothing. Not static, nothing. That wasn't abnormal in certain pockets around here, but it wasn't comforting either. I didn't immediately turn around. I had enough field experience to know you don't bolt the second something spooks you. You think, you observe, you test the situation. So I crouched again, checking soil moisture, heel depth, gating pattern. If someone had been walking ahead of me, they were light-footed. If someone had been running, the prints would show more drag, more toe compression. Instead, the stride remained calm, controlled. Unscrambling the pattern sent another chill through me. If someone was trying to mimic my prints, they were doing a meticulous job. Too meticulous. I stood and finally made a decision. Go another 30 feet, then turn back if nothing changed. I wasn't going to push deeper into something that was clearly not behaving the way a trail should. So I walked. Slow. Every snapped twig under my boots sounded multiplied. Every shift in the branches overhead seemed to hover in my peripheral vision for just a second too long. The path straightened again before curving gently left. The prints continued. Then they vanished. For one beat, I froze, not understanding what I was seeing. The trail ahead was clear dirt, unbroken, untouched. No prints, no scuffs. It was like the person making them had simply stopped mid-stride and disappeared. I crouched, dragging the back of my hand lightly over the soil. Crumbly. Dry. Undisturbed. I turned around. My own prints behind me were still exactly where they should be, spaced evenly along the trail. They didn't vanish. They didn't double. They didn't change. Only the forward prints had stopped. My brain scrambled to anchor itself in something rational. Maybe the person had stepped off the trail. Maybe they climbed onto a fallen log I hadn't noticed. Maybe they doubled back on their own prints without leaving visible signs. But none of those explanations held water. There was no disturbance to the leaf litter on either side of the path. No bent branches. No shift in the dirt. It was as if the maker of the prints had been erased from the trail after a precise point. My lungs tightened as I stared at the empty stretch ahead. That instinctive tug to turn around and leave was no longer quiet. It was loud. It was sharp. It sliced clean across every thought I tried to form. I decided then. I was done. I pivoted, facing the path back the way I came, and felt a strange coldness slide from my shoulders down my spine, like someone had just stepped up behind me. I whipped around. Nothing. Just the narrow corridor of rhododendron. I told myself, firmly, that I was not letting nerves rewrite reality. I was heading out, reporting the path, and letting someone else handle whatever bizarre situation I'd stumbled into. My boots struck the ground hard as I started back, deliberate, strong steps. The rhythm helped steady me. After 10 strides, I felt my breathing ease. After 20, my brain began rehearsing my report wording. After 30, I stopped so abruptly the forward momentum tipped me a little. My prints were ahead of me, not behind. Ahead. Pressed into the dirt of the trail I had just walked on minutes before. The same tread pattern. The same stride length. The same damaged left heel. They weren't old prints I had simply overlooked. The dirt I had disturbed only a minute ago was reshaped into neat impressions I hadn't made. My actual prints from moments earlier were gone. Replaced. My body moved before my mind did. I backed up a full step, then another, like distance alone would protect me from whatever logic break was unfolding in the dirt under my feet. The air was too still now. Too quiet. Even the insects had faded out. That kind of silence you only hear during storms, predator moments, or in places where the forest changes its mind about letting you in. I crouched again, almost against my will, needing to confirm something, anything that made sense. But there was nothing sensible to confirm. The heel depth of the impressions didn't match the weight of someone heavier. They matched mine exactly. The toe-off pressure matched mine exactly. Even the slight inward rotation of my right foot, the result of an old knee injury, was mirrored perfectly. Someone or something was imprinting the trail with the movements I had already made. I rose slowly, pulse thudding in my ears. My hands felt shaky for the first time. I didn't want to stay a second longer, but turning around again felt like stepping into the mouth of something I couldn't see, something waiting for me to choose the wrong direction. I dragged in a breath through my teeth and forced myself to think. There were only two possibilities left. Either someone had stalked me silently, invisibly, with forensic precision impossibly precise, or something in the trail itself was manipulating prints. Neither explanation fit into any framework of reality I trusted. But I was still in a real forest, on a real assignment, in real Tennessee terrain. The world hadn't shifted into anything supernatural. It hadn't become unreal. It had simply become wrong in a way that defied what should be possible. I took one cautious step backward, watching the soil. Nothing. No print appeared behind me. Good. I took another step. Still nothing. Then, with a tight exhale, I turned my body back toward the direction of the main loop and started moving, slow at first, then faster. Every few steps I checked the ground behind me. My prints returned to behaving normally. The dirt stayed exactly as I disturbed it. Nothing reshaped. Nothing replaced. Until the trail turned again. And I saw something waiting for me around that bend, something that didn't belong anywhere in the middle of a Tennessee forest. Something that made my legs lock where I stood. It was me. My own prints. But arranged in a perfect circle. The circle stopped me like a physical wall. My brain didn't register fear first, it registered confusion so sharp it almost felt like pain. 12 boot impressions, each one mine, arranged in a perfect ring about 5 feet across. Every print was clean, evenly spaced, aligned at identical angles, as if someone had stamped them using a template. The dirt in the center of the circle was untouched, smooth, compacted, not a single scuff. I stared at the pattern too long enough for the forest to feel like it was leaning inward. The air thickened. My breath shortened. My thoughts scattered in rapid, incoherent bursts. The rational part of me tried to construct explanations. Somebody followed me, studied my gait, imitated it, rearranged soil behind my back, engineered this to scare me, lure me, corner me, but none of those thoughts had weight. They were flimsy compared to the impossibility in front of me. I took a step back before I even realized I was moving. The leaves under my boot crackled in a jittery line of sound. My hand brushed the radio again, still dead. I didn't want to try my phone. I didn't want confirmation that I was completely cut off. I scanned the trees, slow and deliberate. Nothing moved. No figure ducking behind trunks, no flash of fabric, no rustle of breath. Just the silence. Too steady. Too dense. I needed to get out. I made myself skirt the circle wide, stepping carefully to avoid brushing any part of it. I didn't know why I treated it like something dangerous, something that could react, but I couldn't help it. Every instinct screamed that this pattern was not just a marker, it was intentional. And it wasn't made for decoration. As soon as I passed the far edge of it, the trail continued forward, a narrow, winding ribbon disappearing into thicker brush. But that was the moment I realized something that made my throat tighten. The light had changed. Earlier, the forest had been bright but flat, washed with white haze. Now it was dimmer. The color temperature had shifted toward a dull gray-green, like cloud cover had slipped in without warning. But when I looked up through the canopy, the sky visible through the leaves was still bright. No cloud. No shift in weather. The forest dimmed. Not the sunlight. This wasn't a storm rolling in. It was something else. I kept moving. I didn't look back at the circle. I didn't want to see if something had changed in it. I told myself I would reach the main trail in 10 minutes. 15 at most. I told myself the faint spur had probably looped closer to the main trail than I realized. I told myself that once I got out from under this oppressive tunnel of brush, everything would make sense again. But the trail narrowed more with each minute, hemmed in by dense vegetation that felt like it had grown inward since I'd passed through earlier. Branches snagged at my pack and sleeves, tugging, scratching lightly as if objecting to me leaving. I lengthened my steps, pushing faster. Within minutes, my breathing grew louder in my ears. A buzzing edge crept into my awareness, not quite sound, not quite pressure. Something like static building behind my skull. The path twisted sharply again, and I nearly collided with the trunk that jutted at an angle across the trail. I steadied myself, planting a hand on the bark. Then I froze. Near the base of the trunk, half obscured by a patch of dry leaves, was a boot print. My boot print. Fresh. The toe pointed toward me this time, as if whoever made it had been walking toward the circle. Toward the place I'd just come from. And the heel depth was deeper. Slightly. Maybe by 2 millimeters, but still deeper. Either I had walked this path twice, which I had not, or something was moving in ways I couldn't track. My pulse thudded in my neck. I scanned the trees again. And this time, something felt different. Not movement. Not sound. Just awareness. Like the forest was watching me. I didn't call out. I didn't want to hear my voice swallowed by this unnatural quiet. Instead, I stepped over the fallen trunk and kept going. Faster. My boots struck harder. The trees felt closer. The static behind my skull sharpened like pressure changes before migraines. Then the trail broadened. Just a little. Enough to make me hope I was nearing the main loop. I pushed through, branches scraping my jacket, and stumbled out into a small clearing. My stomach dropped. There, in the middle of the clearing, was another circle. Smaller. Maybe 3 feet across. And inside this one, instead of just prints, were 2 sets. Both mine. One set facing inward. One set facing outward. Perfectly arranged, heel to toe, alternating directions like clock markings. I swallowed against a wave of nausea. Every explanation I could stretch into realism snapped under the weight of the precision. No prankster could accomplish this in total silence. Not without disturbing the soil. Not without leaving other tracks. Not without being seen. Not without leaving any trace of entry or exit. I wiped my palms against my pants, realizing they were slick with sweat. I needed to retreat. I turned around and nearly cried from relief when I spotted a break in the brush farther back. Not the trail I had come in on. A clearer one. Wider. More open. It looked like it could lead toward the main loop. Maybe even linked to a known drainage line. I didn't question it. I moved. The forest around me felt less constricted on this path, though the silence still pressed in on all sides. I felt myself gaining speed, letting urgency override caution. Twigs snapped loudly beneath my boots. Leaves rustled. My heartbeat pounded like a second set of footsteps. For several minutes, the path felt almost normal. Almost. Then I saw something ahead that made every muscle lock. My prints again. Not in a circle, not arranged. Just there, freshly pressed, continuing forward down the trail as if I had already walked this exact stretch. No, not as if. They were mine. And when I crouched, my breath tightening, I saw something even worse. A new detail. One I hadn't noticed before. In the soft dirt ahead, the prints weren't just fresh, they were being made. Not rapidly. Not in real time. But subtly. Slowly. As if the soil was shifting on its own, forming the shape, letting the heel compress, letting the toe deepen. As though something under the surface was rising to meet the shape of my foot, modeling the imprint from below. I stumbled backward, choking on a breath. The soil stilled instantly. Frozen mid-formation. I didn't wait to see if it would resume. I bolted. The branches slapped against my arms and shoulders as I pushed through the narrowing corridor of green, my feet pounding the earth, my lungs dragging in the heavy air. My radio bounced against my hip. My pack straps dug into my shoulders. I didn't care. I didn't stop. And then, ahead, a sliver of open space. Sunlight. Real sunlight. Bright and steady and untouched. I burst through a final wall of brush and skidded onto wide, hard-packed dirt. The main loop. I recognized the marker posts instantly. Relief punched through me so fast my knees nearly buckled. Birds were chirping here, actual sound. Wind moved through the leaves. The forest felt alive again. Normal. Safe. I turned around instinctively, looking back at the place I had come from. And froze. There was no spur trail. No faint path. No opening. Just a solid wall of brush and trees, dense and unbroken, as if nothing had ever been there at all. Not a single print led out of it. Not mine. Not anyone's. I stood alone on the loop trail, shaking, my breath visible even though the October air wasn't cold enough for that. Behind the trees, something shifted very softly, like soil exhaling. And when I looked down, right at my feet, the dirt on the main loop was undisturbed. Except for one print. Mine. Pointing back toward the brush. As if inviting me to return.